What if the truth about your marriage wasn't hidden in passwords or hotel receipts, but whispered by your own child? Drawn in a crayon sketch? Or shouted in front of 100 guests? In Florida, secrets don't stay buried, they get sunburned, exposed, and remembered. Which of these 10 true stories will haunt you the most? Stay till the end, and decide who truly paid the price for betrayal. If your child drew the truth you've been hiding, what would you do? Subscribe now to hear the story of how a family shattered because of one drawing by a 7-year-old boy. The morning sun filtered softly through the linen curtains of the dining room, painting golden rectangles on the hardwood floor. The scent of pancakes lingered faintly in the air. Marissa stood at the kitchen island, stirring cream into her coffee, watching her son Jacob hum to himself while stacking Lego blocks by the living room rug. He was wearing his favorite dinosaur t-shirt, his unruly brown curls bouncing with every nod of concentration. To anyone looking in from the outside, it was a picture of peace, of love reclaimed, of a second chance well earned. 4 years ago, Marissa had walked out of a courtroom with custody papers in one hand and a broken heart in the other. Her marriage to Thomas, Jacob's father, had ended in betrayal, bitterness, and years of emotional erosion. She remembered the numbness more than the tears, and for a long time, she believed she would never let someone in again. Not fully, not after what she'd endured. Then came Andrew. She met him during a small business development seminar in downtown Tampa. He was confident but not arrogant, successful without being flashy, widowed, no children, and surprisingly down to earth for someone who drove a Tesla and quoted Rumi. They talked for 2 hours that first evening, and she left the event with a warmth in her chest that scared her more than it comforted her. Over the months that followed, Andrew didn't rush her. He learned how she took her tea. He remembered Jacob's birthday. He helped replace her broken sink without being asked. It was easy, easier than love should have been, she thought. Jacob had been slow to warm to Andrew, but Andrew had infinite patience. He read to him at bedtime, built elaborate blanket forts, bought them both matching baseball caps on a Sunday trip to the park. When Marissa saw Jacob hold Andrew's hand for the first time, voluntarily, something inside her finally relaxed. Now, almost a year into their marriage, Marissa often caught herself marveling at how far they had come. Their home was modest but felt full of framed memories, of laughter echoing from hallways, of Sunday morning music and puzzle nights. On the fireplace mantel stood a portrait taken during their beach wedding, Andrew kneeling next to Jacob, tying the boy's shoe, while Marissa stood behind them, smiling at the wind. And yet, in moments when everything was perfectly still, Marissa sometimes felt an edge, a fine line humming beneath the peace, like the tremble in a violin string right before the note breaks. She wasn't sure if it came from guilt, or fear, or simply the trauma of losing it all once before. Jacob had grown into a quiet, sensitive child. He loved crayons and clouds. He would rather draw than play video games, would rather whisper than shout. His teacher once called him an old soul in a little boy's body. Marissa adored him so fiercely it hurt. He was her redemption, her reason. Every decision in her life, including marrying Andrew, had been filtered through one question: is this good for Jacob? Lately, though, she noticed Jacob staring at Andrew with a certain look. Not fear, not dislike, just discomfort, maybe distance, like he was watching Andrew through a glass wall. Once, after dinner, Jacob asked quietly, "Why is Mommy always home when you go to work?" Marissa had blinked, then chuckled, "Because I work from home, baby, you know that." Jacob nodded, but he hadn't smiled. Another time, she found him lying awake past bedtime, not reading, not playing, just staring at the ceiling, as if listening for something. "You okay, love?" "Yeah," he replied. "I just don't want to dream tonight." She brushed his hair back, kissed his forehead, but the knot in her stomach didn't dissolve. There was also that peculiar night when Jacob, who was usually hard to coax into bed, had suddenly abandoned his half-built Lego city and announced, "I'm tired, I'll sleep now," and walked to his room without protest. That same night, Andrew had stayed late at the office. Or so he'd texted. The coincidence barely registered then. But now, in hindsight, it lingered. Marissa tried to ignore the creeping unease. She told herself not to project old traumas onto new love. Andrew was good, steady, nothing like Thomas. She couldn't keep testing him with silent suspicions. She owed him more than that. But hearts, even when healed, remember the shape of wounds. And Marissa, for all her newfound stability, carried in her the ghost of a woman once blindsided. That morning, as she watched Jacob sketch a cartoon dinosaur on construction paper, she felt a strange pang in her chest. He was humming again, content, innocent, and for a moment, she envied him. It wasn't until later that afternoon, after school, that the first real crack appeared. Jacob came home with his usual backpack slung over one shoulder, his cheeks flushed from recess. He handed her a folded piece of paper and said, "Ms. Lawson said I should show you my picture." Marissa smiled, unfolded the sheet, expecting a scribbled dragon or spaceship. What she saw made her freeze. There were two figures, drawn in bold crayon strokes. A woman with long hair, clearly meant to be Marissa, and a man with a square jaw and short sleeves. They were standing in the kitchen. Their faces were touching. Above their heads, in a crude red heart, Jacob had written, "Mommy and the man she hugs when Dad's not home." A third figure stood at the edge of the room, half behind a wall, a child, watching. Marissa's hands trembled. The room seemed to spin for a second. Did you draw this today?" "Yeah," Jacob answered, cheerfully unaware. "From memory, I had to draw something real." "That's what Ms. Lawson said." Marissa folded the paper slowly, set it down like it might explode. She forced a smile. "It's very good, sweetheart, very detailed." He beamed. "Thanks, Mommy," and then he skipped into the living room, humming again, leaving Marissa standing there, heart pounding like a trapped animal. Outside, the light had begun to fade. The golden sun that once made the floor glow now cast long shadows. She stared at the drawing again. There was a detail she hadn't seen before. The man in the picture had something on his wrist. A line, a mark, a tattoo. Andrew didn't have any tattoos. Kyle did. And suddenly, the string beneath the piece she'd built began to snap. That night, as the wind rattled softly against the kitchen windows and the scent of chamomile tea lingered in the air, Marissa sat on the edge of her couch, holding the crayon drawing like it might dissolve in her hands. The house was quiet, too quiet. Andrew was working late again. Jacob had gone to bed without protest. And that in itself felt like an alarm bell. She unfolded the paper again. The image was simple, innocent in style. A woman with long hair, hers. A man beside her, not Andrew. That wrist. It had a bold line across it, unmistakably meant to be a tattoo. A child stood in the background, peeking around the corner. Her son had drawn this. Her son had seen this. It wasn't just a drawing. It was a memory, translated into wax and color and pressed into paper. She remembered Jacob's words when she'd asked him about it. Ms. Lawson said we should draw something real. So I did. Something real. The words echoed inside her. She got up, paced slowly around the room, then sat back down again. Her thoughts chased themselves in circles. Could Jacob have made it up? Misunderstood? But that tattoo, she had no way to explain that away. Andrew didn't have tattoos. Kyle did. Kyle. The name hit her like a shard of glass to the chest. Kyle had been a friend. A co-worker. Someone who had been there for her when she was drowning in logistics, invoices, and exhaustion. He had always been kind, attentive, and yes, once, there had been that night. She let herself replay it now. It was last spring. Andrew was away on a retreat with his company. Jacob was sick. Marissa had spent days juggling fever meds, client calls, and sleep deprivation. Kyle had stopped by with chicken soup and printer paper. They talked for a while on the front porch. She remembered feeling vulnerable, not just tired, but hollow. like she was putting on a performance of strength with no script. Kyle had reached out, brushed a hair from her face. Their eyes had locked longer than they should have. The kiss that followed wasn't romantic. It wasn't even passionate. It was desperate, clumsy, and over in seconds. She had pulled away, apologized. Kyle had nodded, smiled with a shrug that said, "I tried," and left. They had never spoken of it again. Until now, through the hands of her son. Marissa's chest tightened. Her thoughts were no longer linear. They scattered, tangled, a storm of guilt, shame, confusion. She leaned her head against the couch cushion and stared at the ceiling. From somewhere deep in her bones came a whisper, "What have I done?" In the middle of the night, she walked to Jacob's room. The door creaked softly as she opened it. Moonlight dripped through the window, illuminating the shape of his small body beneath dinosaur-printed covers. One arm was sprawled out, palm open. She stepped inside, knelt beside his bed. Jacob stirred, opened his eyes sleepily. "Mommy?" Her throat clenched. "Go back to sleep, sweetheart. I just wanted to check on you." He reached out, touched her cheek. "You looked sad." That nearly broke her. "I'm okay," she lied. "I promise." "Did I draw wrong?" he asked, voice so soft it barely existed. "No," she whispered. "You drew what you saw. And you did it beautifully." He smiled, eyes already drifting closed. "Okay, love you, Mommy. I love you more." She stayed there long after he fell asleep, listening to the rise and fall of his breath, wondering how a single sketch could fracture the foundation of her new life. The next day, she couldn't focus. Emails went unanswered. Her coffee went cold. Her hands shook every time her phone buzzed. Afraid it might be Kyle. Or Andrew. Or Jacob's teacher calling to say more drawings had surfaced. She drove to the school that afternoon, heart hammering against her ribs. Inside the classroom, Ms. Lawson greeted her with a warm but hesitant smile. Marissa had rehearsed her opening line. But now, under the gentle hum of ceiling fans and the scent of dry erase markers, she found herself fumbling. "I wanted to ask about Jacob's drawing, the one he brought home yesterday." The teacher nodded slowly. "Yes, of course. I wasn't sure how you'd feel about it." "Was it alarming?" Ms. Lawson tilted her head. "I wouldn't say alarming, but it was striking. Very expressive. We encouraged the students to draw from real life. Most of them drew pets or birthday parties. Jacob's was different." Marissa swallowed hard. "Do you think he imagined it?" The teacher paused. "Children observe more than we realize. Sometimes they express things they don't fully understand. But I believe Jacob drew what he knows to be true, not imagined." Marissa thanked her, barely remembering how she got back to the car. She sat in the driver's seat, tears welling in her eyes. The truth wasn't just cracking through. It was flooding her world like a dam had burst. And Jacob had opened the floodgate. That night, as Andrew texted to say he'd be late again, Marissa stared at the message for a full minute before replying, "Okay, be safe." She didn't know what to do next. Confront Kyle, tell Andrew, pretend it never happened. Her thoughts returned, again and again, to Jacob, to that moment by his bed when he asked if he had drawn wrong. She had lied to him, told him he hadn't, but the truth was, he had drawn everything too right. Too clear, too real, and now, there was no going back. The house had begun to feel colder, not in temperature, but in silence, a silence that lingered in corners and echoed through empty rooms when Jacob wasn't home. Marissa sat at the kitchen table with her laptop open, but her fingers hovered above the keys, frozen in mid-thought. Her eyes were fixed on the drawing Jacob had left on the counter, as if it were breathing, watching her. She couldn't stop seeing it, the way the colors bled together. The red heart floating above the woman and the tattooed man. That wrist, that mark, Kyle, it all fit, didn't it? She hadn't wanted to admit it before, but her mind was putting together a timeline she didn't want to see. When Andrew traveled for work, when she felt especially lonely, when Kyle just happened to be nearby, offering help with invoices or bringing dinner. She opened her phone's calendar app and started matching Andrew's travel days to days Kyle had visited. There was a pattern, and now it pulsed with meaning. Her stomach twisted. She thought of Jacob's face after school, how he sometimes looked withdrawn. Not quite present. She had chalked it up to growing pains. School fatigue. But what if it had been more than that? What if he'd been carrying this secret alone? Unsure of how to say it, she opened her email and typed a message to Ms. Lawson. Subject: Jacob's art, a request. She asked politely if it would be possible to view more of Jacob's artwork from the past month. She phrased it as parental curiosity. Ms. Lawson replied within the hour, "Of course. I'll gather them. Feel free to stop by tomorrow after school." The next day, Marissa arrived just as the bell rang. The hallways buzzed with children's laughter and the squeak of sneakers. She waited by the classroom door, arms folded across her chest like she was trying to hold herself together. Ms. Lawson greeted her warmly and invited her in. She pulled out a folder from a cubby. "These are all of Jacob's drawings from the last 2 weeks." Marissa flipped through them, one by one. At first, there were mundane scenes: a park, a dinosaur, a drawing of their house with crooked windows. But then she reached the two that stopped her heart. One was a bedroom scene. A woman with long hair sitting on a bed. A man beside her. They were close, too close. The bed was unmistakable. It had a blue headboard, just like hers. The second was a car. A parked car. The woman and the man again. Their faces turned to each other. Above them, Jacob had scrawled the words, "Mommy and the man who always says, shush." Marissa sat down slowly, as if her knees were made of paper. Ms. Lawson placed a hand gently on her shoulder. "I didn't want to assume anything. But Jacob is a very perceptive child." Marissa couldn't speak. "He doesn't seem scared," Ms. Lawson added softly, "but he does seem burdened, like he's carrying something heavier than he should." Marissa nodded, lips pressed tightly together. "He's not making it up," the teacher said. "I've worked with enough kids to know the difference between fantasy and memory." Back in the car, Marissa locked the doors and screamed. It was muffled, animalistic. It hurt her throat, but it felt necessary, like letting the poison out. At home, she opened her laptop and pulled up the security app connected to the house cameras. She rarely checked it. Andrew handled most of the tech. But she remembered now. There was one afternoon, months ago, when the system had glitched and recorded footage by mistake. She found it. There, Tuesday, 3:48 p.m. She hit play. The footage was grainy, but it didn't lie. She saw herself entering the kitchen with Kyle. He set down a paper bag. They talked. She laughed. Then, the moment he reached for her, she didn't push him away. Marissa watched herself disappear into his arms. The camera caught it. The camera, and her son. She stared at the screen until the blue glow burned her eyes. The laptop's light cast harsh shadows across her face. Her fingers trembled as she picked up her phone. She called Kyle. He answered on the second ring. "Hey, Marissa, everything okay? We need to talk." A pause. "I figured this might come. Jacob saw us. He's been drawing it at school. I thought that might happen. Kids are smart. You don't sound surprised." He sighed. "Because I'm not. Look, I know I crossed a line. But so did you. Don't you dare. Let's not play innocent, Marissa. You let it happen. Once. It was once. And it left a mark. You think Andrew won't see that eventually? He doesn't know. He can't know." Kyle's tone shifted. Colder now. "Then I suggest you keep it that way. For Jacob. For your pretty little life. Because if you drag me into this, I'll drag you too." Marissa was silent. Her grip on the phone tightened. "You think Andrew would forgive you?" he continued. "You think he'd stay? What do you want?" "Nothing. Just silence. That's fair, isn't it? We both made mistakes. Let them stay buried." She hung up without another word. That night, Jacob didn't want to sit next to her during dinner. "I'll sit by myself," he mumbled. Marissa's heart cracked. "Why, sweetheart?" He shrugged. "I just want to." She watched him eat in silence, eyes downcast. He didn't touch his broccoli. He didn't ask for juice. He didn't ask about bedtime stories. Later, as she tucked him in, he whispered, "Is Andrew still living with us?" The question hit her like a sledgehammer. "Of course he is. Why would you ask that?" Jacob looked away. "Sometimes he's gone a lot. And you look sad. And I think, maybe you want him gone." Marissa couldn't breathe. She wanted to say, "That's not true." She wanted to say, "I love him," but the words caught in her throat. She kissed Jacob's forehead, but he turned away, and in that moment, she knew, the damage wasn't coming. It was already here. It had arrived with crayons and silence and too many truths unspoken. And she wasn't sure she'd ever find a way to fix it. The decision came in the quietest of moments. Marissa stood in the kitchen, barefoot, the cold tile grounding her while the sky outside shifted from twilight to darkness. A full day had passed since she'd seen the second drawing, since the confrontation with Kyle, since Jacob had eaten dinner in silence. And now, all that remained was the truth, dense, heavy, and clawing at her insides. She couldn't let someone else be the one to tell Andrew. He deserved to hear it from her, not through a child's drawing, not through whispers or accidental discoveries. From her, even if it destroyed everything. She heard the car door outside, the familiar click of Andrew's key in the lock. Her breath hitched, every heartbeat felt like a countdown. Andrew walked in with a tired smile. He set his laptop bag down and leaned against the counter. "Hey, something smells like regret and microwave pasta." She didn't laugh. "We need to talk." He looked at her then, really looked. Something in her voice had tipped him off. He nodded once and followed her into the living room. No questions. Not yet. She didn't sit, couldn't. Her hands trembled. "There's something I have to tell you," she began, voice barely above a whisper. "And I don't want you to find out from anyone else. Especially not Jacob." Andrew's brow furrowed, but he said nothing. "It was a mistake," she said. "It happened when you were away for that week-long retreat. I was overwhelmed, exhausted, and I let my guard down." Still silence. "It was Kyle. He kissed me, and I didn't stop it." She finally looked at him. Andrew was still, his expression unreadable. "It didn't go beyond that." She added quickly, "It was one time. I ended it, and I thought Jacob never saw. But he did. He saw more than I knew. He's been drawing it at school. His teacher showed me." Andrew looked down, as if searching for the floor to catch him. "So," he said finally, his voice rough, distant, "our son had to process your mistake with crayons." Marissa flinched. "I didn't know he saw. I didn't think." "That's the problem, Marissa. You didn't think." She took a step closer. "I was scared. I made a mistake. But I love you, and I never meant to hurt either of you." He raised his hand, not to hit, not to stop her, just to hold space between them. "I'm not going to scream. I'm not even angry, just numb." There was a long pause. The weight of everything that had been said, and left unsaid, hung between them. Then Andrew asked, softly, "How many times do you think Jacob saw it?" The question lodged in her throat like a stone. "I don't know. Once is too many." She nodded slowly, eyes stinging. "I know." He turned and walked down the hall. Marissa stood frozen. Then she heard the closet door open, the unmistakable sound of luggage wheels sliding across wood. When he returned, his suitcase was half-zipped, his clothes folded with quiet precision. He walked into Jacob's room. Marissa followed, but stopped at the doorway. Jacob was awake, his eyes opened as soon as Andrew stepped in. "You leaving?" he asked, voice small. Andrew crouched beside the bed. "I'm going to stay somewhere else for a little while. But listen to me, this is not your fault. Do you hear me?" Jacob nodded slowly, his lower lip trembled. "You are the best thing that's ever happened to me," Andrew whispered. He kissed Jacob's forehead gently. "Nothing will ever change that." Jacob's arms wrapped around his neck. "Will I still see you?" "Of course," Andrew said. "Every week, every weekend, we'll play catch, go to the arcade. I'll never disappear. Okay?" Marissa pressed her hand to her mouth, stifling a sob. When Andrew stood, he met her eyes one last time. Not with hatred, not even anger, Just profound heartbreak. Take care of him, he said, and then he walked out. Suitcase wheels clicking like a metronome of finality against the tile. The front door closed. Marissa sank to the floor. She didn't cry. She couldn't. Her body felt hollow. Her chest ached without release. Everything inside her was too shattered to spill out. Jacob emerged from his room minutes later. Is he gone? She nodded. Was it because of the picture I drew? Her breath caught. No, sweetheart, you told the truth, and I'm proud of you for that. He leaned into her, curling beside her on the floor. She wrapped her arms around him, and together they sat in the silence Andrew left behind. Outside, the night deepened. The house was still. No voices, no suitcase wheels, just the echo of goodbye, and a 7-year-old boy trying to understand the cost of truth. The days that followed moved like fog, heavy, slow, and silent. Marissa walked through them half-present, responding to emails with hollow pleasantries, forcing herself to smile when Jacob was near. But everything had changed. The house no longer echoed with shared laughter or humming from the kitchen. It carried a different sound now, the sound of absence. Andrew didn't call. He didn't message. True to his word, he visited Jacob every weekend. Never missed a pickup, never raised his voice, but he no longer stepped inside. Their interactions were civil, efficient, stripped of warmth. Word spread quickly. Her sister stopped responding to texts. Her mother left a voicemail that started with disappointment and ended in crying. Friends she'd known for years retreated, unsure of how to align themselves. In the court of suburban morality, Marissa was already sentenced. Her work began to suffer. She missed a deadline for a key client and forgot a staff Zoom meeting entirely. She stared blankly at contracts, unable to focus. The thing that once gave her purpose now felt like a thin distraction she couldn't hold on to. But the worst part wasn't the silence from the outside. It was the silence from Jacob. He no longer sang in the shower, no longer asked her to watch him draw. His sketchpad lay unopened on his shelf for a week straight. She didn't push him, not at first, but the weight of it grew unbearable. One morning, she asked gently, "Do you want to draw something today?" Jacob shrugged, eyes fixed on his cereal bowl. "I don't feel like it." "You always feel like it." He looked up then. His eyes, those soft, soulful eyes, held something ancient. "I think drawing made everything worse." Marissa's heart sank. "Why would you say that?" Jacob stood up, carried his half-full bowl to the sink, and said, "Because maybe if I hadn't drawn it, he wouldn't have left." That night, she lay awake beside the cold stretch of bed where Andrew once slept. The shadows on the ceiling whispered blame. She thought of every moment she could have chosen differently, every silence she could have filled with honesty, every kiss she should have refused. The next morning, she called a child therapist. "He's not talking much. He's withdrawn. I think he blames himself," she said, voice shaking. The woman on the line spoke gently. "Bring him in. We'll go slow. We'll listen." A week later, they sat in a softly lit room painted with clouds and lined with books and toys. Jacob sat on a beanbag, fiddling with a small clay figure. The therapist, Ms. Dana, was calm, patient. She asked open-ended questions, never pressed. It was only in the second session that Jacob finally spoke. He was coloring with pastels when he whispered, "I wasn't supposed to draw it, right?" Marissa froze. Ms. Dana nodded at her to speak. She knelt beside him. "Sweetheart, no, that's not true. You drew what you saw, what you felt. That was brave." Jacob looked down. "But after I did, he left." Marissa pulled him into her arms, her voice breaking. "No, baby, he left because of what I did. Not you, never you." He clung to her, his small fingers gripping the back of her shirt. "I just wanted to tell someone." She cried then, for the first time since Andrew left. Deep, ragged sobs that shook her chest. And Jacob, with all the tenderness a child could muster, rubbed her back and whispered, "It's okay, Mommy, I'm still here." That night, she found herself in his room after he'd fallen asleep. The shelves were lined with books they used to read together. His toys were still arranged in the same careful order he always kept. But something on the desk caught her eye. His old sketch pad. She picked it up, flipping through the pages slowly. There it was, the first drawing. The one that had started it all. The woman, the man, the kiss in the kitchen, and the boy on the stairs. She held it gently, as if it was sacred. Marissa walked downstairs, found a plastic sheet protector, and slid the drawing inside. Then she opened a drawer, pulled out a pen, and wrote on the back of the sheet. Drawn by Jacob, age 7, October 4th. She didn't hide it. She placed it in a small frame and set it on the shelf in her study. Not to shame herself, not to remind, but to remember. The truth had not come from yelling, or accusations, or betrayal uncovered by devices. It had come from the quiet stroke of a child's crayon, from a boy who wanted to understand what he wasn't old enough to name. She stood there for a long time, watching the paper under glass. Outside, the sun began to rise. The first light of morning spilled through the window and touched the frame. And in the silence, she whispered to herself, sometimes, the truth doesn't come from the adults. It comes from the innocent. From lines we refuse to see. Because we're afraid. Then she walked upstairs, kissed Jacob's forehead, and promised herself to live a life he could draw without shame. If this story stayed with you, imagine what happens when betrayal is caught not with drawings, but with whispers in the dark. In our next episode, we meet Derek from Jacksonville. One night, while reviewing footage from his newborn's baby monitor, he doesn't hear crying. He hears his wife whispering the words, "I love you," to someone who isn't him. Subscribe and turn on notifications. Because in the quietest moments, the loudest truths are revealed. What if the baby monitor in your child's room picked up your wife whispering, "I love you," but not to you? Subscribe now for the story that starts with innocence and ends with betrayal. The first few months after Harper was born were a haze of sleepless nights, formula-stained t-shirts, and small, golden moments that Derek wouldn't trade for the world. He had never known love could be this quiet, this soft, swaddled in fleece blankets and lullabies. There was something sacred about holding his daughter at 3 a.m., her breath warm against his neck. The world outside their home dark and irrelevant. He and Emily had planned for this. They were the kind of couple people described as college sweethearts that actually made it. Met in sophomore psychology, shared dorm coffees, first apartments, student loan stress. She became a kindergarten teacher, always the one who knelt to talk to children at eye level. He built his career in software engineering, eventually earning enough to let her stay home the first 6 months after Harper's birth. They bought a modest 2-bedroom in Jacksonville. Quiet neighborhood, white picket fence dreams, the kind of place where neighbors brought casseroles and left hand-knitted baby booties on your doorstep. Derek installed a state-of-the-art baby monitor with night vision, audio recording, and mobile sync. He justified the expense by saying, "Peace of mind is worth every cent." It helped him work from the home office without constantly peeking into Harper's room. Emily embraced motherhood gracefully. She had this innate rhythm with Harper, swayed just right. Knew which cry meant gas and which one meant loneliness. Derek would watch her sometimes from the hallway, marveling at how easily she had stepped into this role. But something shifted, barely noticeable at first. It started with whispers. Derek would pass the nursery and hear Emily murmuring softly, even when Harper was asleep. He chalked it up to maternal instinct. Maybe she was soothing herself as much as the baby. Then came the phone habits. Emily began taking her phone everywhere. Not unusual, but different. She laughed at texts more often. Not out loud, not belly laughs, just little smiles. Lips pressed together, eyes lowered, the kind of laugh you don't share. He once walked into the room while she was nursing. She startled and flipped the screen down, then smiled too quickly. "Just Pinterest," she said. He didn't press. There was the night she said, "Ben," in her sleep. Derek had barely registered it, half asleep himself, but the name echoed. Ben, not a relative, not a friend he could recall. He shook it off. Emily was exhausted. They both were. Parenthood was a pressure cooker. And maybe she was just processing memories. Dreams. Maybe Ben was someone from a show. Still, he Googled her former co-workers. One name came up from her old school staff list: Benjamin S. assistant coach. Substitute teacher, now working elsewhere. The photo was blurry. Derek clicked off the tab. He didn't want to be that husband. The jealous, paranoid, postpartum stressed partner who invented shadows. Because during the daylight hours, everything looked perfect. Emily still made him coffee the way he liked it, too much cream. A sprinkle of cinnamon. She still asked about his code. Listened as he rambled about bugs and algorithms. They laughed over Harper's first attempts at sitting up, at how her chubby legs rebelled against gravity. They made plans for Harper's first Halloween. Even bought her a pumpkin costume 2 months early. But late at night, the house felt different, not haunted, just paused. He would lie in bed and hear Emily in the nursery. Her voice low, too low to make out. And always ending with a kiss. Not on Harper's head, but somewhere closer to the baby monitor's mic. He asked her once, "What were you whispering to Harper last night?" She smiled. "Just the usual stuff. I love you, sleep well, all that." He nodded, but a corner of his heart folded in on itself. He tried to rationalize. Emily had just gone through labor. Her hormones were still fluctuating. Her body was healing. Maybe she needed a connection beyond bottles and burp cloths. Maybe that smile at her phone was just group chat nonsense. Maybe the name Ben was just a dream. Still, he began saving the baby monitor recordings, just in case Harper ever had a health scare. He told himself, just in case. In truth, Derek had started bracing for a fall he couldn't name. He didn't tell anyone, didn't talk to friends. What would he say? "My wife is a great mom. And I think she's in love with someone named Ben." It sounded ridiculous, like a bad soap opera plot. But in the quiet, between the beeps of Harper's bottle warmer and the soft lull of her white noise machine, he started to feel the fissures forming. He kissed Emily's cheek each morning. He changed Harper's diapers. He mowed the lawn and paid the bills. But something intangible had changed. A sense that someone else had entered their home, without ever opening the front door. Derek didn't know when the truth would come. He just knew it was already whispering. And it was whispering in his own house. Derek couldn't sleep. It was nearly 2 in the morning and the house was still. Save for the occasional creak of wood contracting in the night. Emily had fallen asleep on the couch, one hand draped over the side, her phone lying face down beside her. Harper was in her crib, and everything was supposed to be fine. But Derek couldn't shake the feeling. It had been building slowly, quietly, now it pulsed beneath his skin. He padded barefoot to the kitchen, poured himself a glass of water, and leaned against the counter. His eyes drifted to the baby monitor on the table, the one synced to his phone. The same monitor he had installed months ago with the thought, "Peace of mind is worth every cent." He opened the app, intending only to check if Harper had stirred in her sleep. The screen loaded, showing Harper peaceful in the dark, bathed in infrared light. Then Derek tapped to replay the last few hours of audio. He didn't know why. Habit, maybe, or instinct. The recording began with the soft hum of the white noise machine. Then the sound of Emily's footsteps. The rustle of her clothes as she leaned over the crib. And then, a voice, soft, intimate, whispered, "I miss you, I love you." It was Emily, but the words weren't for Harper. The tone was different, too tender, too practiced. Derek's spine went rigid. He scrubbed back and played the snippet again. "I miss you, I love you." A pause, and then, barely audible, "Ben." Derek sat down hard. The water in his glass sloshed and spilled onto his leg. He didn't move. The silence after the whisper felt louder than the words themselves. She'd said his name, Ben, not a nickname, not a pet name, a name he had only heard once before, when Emily had mumbled it in her sleep weeks ago, a name that had dug into the back of his mind like a thorn he couldn't remove. Now it had come back, in her voice, in their daughter's room, spoken into the darkness like a prayer. He listened again, And again. Each time, the sound became clearer, not louder, but sharper, like glass shattering in slow motion. The baby didn't stir during the whisper, but Derek felt everything inside him begin to collapse. He didn't shout, didn't run to Emily, he didn't even cry. He sat there, staring at the phone screen, the ghostly green glow of the monitor illuminating his face, making it look pale, unearthly. The app's timeline continued playing. A few minutes later, he heard Emily whisper something else, unintelligible, followed by the creak of the nursery door, then footsteps down the hall. Derek muted the phone. His hand trembled. He placed the phone face down and just breathed. His thoughts didn't race, they descended, like water spiraling into a drain. What was he supposed to do with this? With a whisper, with a name? There was no confrontation, no scene, no violent betrayal. Just words not meant for him, whispered in the most sacred place of their home, to someone who wasn't there. He looked toward the nursery. Harper was still asleep. Her little chest rose and fell with perfect innocence. He walked down the hallway quietly, opened the door to peek in. The room was dark, peaceful, the scent of baby lotion lingered in the air. He sat down in the rocking chair they had picked out together at a local boutique. The one with the soft beige cushions. Emily had wanted it because it felt like a hug. Derek rocked slowly, eyes never leaving his daughter. He wanted to protect her. From everything, especially from this. He didn't know what Emily had done beyond those words. Didn't know if Ben was a fantasy, a past lover, or something more current and cruel. But he knew what he heard. He knew the difference between a lullaby and a lie. And so he sat, listening to the rhythm of Harper's breath, trying to hold the edges of his world together in the dark. Tomorrow, he would decide what to do. But tonight, he would guard the silence. Because in that silence, something had spoken louder than any scream ever could. Derek didn't sleep much the night after he heard the whisper. Something in him had shifted. Not rage, not even heartbreak. Not yet. Just precision, a cold, calm clarity that came only in the eye of a storm. By morning, he had already begun saving copies of the baby monitor's audio files. He created a hidden folder on his personal cloud drive. Password protected and encrypted. He didn't know what he would need them for, but he needed to keep them, to make the intangible real. Because whispers could be denied, files could not. He started noticing things he hadn't before. Emily's phone never left her side. She had always been private, but now it felt like paranoia. When she was in the shower, the phone was face down on the sink. When she breastfed Harper, the phone rested on her thigh, tilted away from view. That morning, while she took Harper for a walk, Derek sat at her desk under the guise of syncing their calendars. She had left her laptop open, the browser still logged into her Google account. In the message history, there wasn't much. Emily had been careful, but one entry stood out in her contact list, just the letter B, followed by a coffee cup emoji. It meant nothing. It meant everything. He checked timestamps. Frequent, almost daily, short bursts of communication, likely texting apps, likely deleted. Derek took a screenshot, added it to the folder. Over the next few days, he tracked patterns. Emily's errands took longer. Her mood after returning was lighter. She hummed while unloading groceries, smiled too long at nothing. Then came Thursday. Emily said she needed to go buy formula. Target was 15 minutes away. Derek nodded, holding Harper in his arms. "Take your time," he said, kissing her forehead. She left at 2:14 p.m. Derek waited until 2:20, then placed Harper in her crib with the monitor on, slipped on a hoodie, and followed. He stayed 2 cars behind. Emily didn't go to Target. She drove across town to a quiet strip mall. There was a small coffee shop there, tucked between a laundromat and a florist. Derek parked across the lot, pulled his cap low. He watched her walk in. She wasn't checking her list or moving with purpose. She was glowing, even from a distance. He could see it. 15 minutes passed. Then a man entered. Tall, athletic build, baseball cap, clean-shaven. Ben. They sat across from each other. Derek zoomed in with his phone. The photos were blurry, grainy through the windshield, but the body language was unmistakable. She leaned in. He reached out, touched her hand. Derek's stomach knotted, but his hand was steady. He took 3 photos. At 3:41, they left the cafe, not together, not immediately. Emily exited first, returned to her car. She waited. 2 minutes later, the man walked past her vehicle and subtly tapped the back window. She pulled out and followed him. They didn't go far, just around the corner to a secluded lot behind a dental office. Derek followed, parked, watched. She got out. He did too. And then, under the shade of a tree, they embraced. Not friendly, not a side hug. It was the kind of embrace that lingered. That said everything no baby monitor ever could. And when she looked up at him, she smiled. Then she kissed him. Soft, long. Derek's hands didn't shake, but something deep inside him ruptured. Click. He took the photo. He didn't stay to see them part. He drove home. The house was quiet. Harper stirred slightly but didn't cry. Derek picked her up, pressed his cheek to her forehead. "You don't deserve this," he whispered. That night, Emily came home with formula and a too bright smile. "Lines were insane," she said. Derek nodded. "I'm just glad you're home." He didn't confront her, not yet. He needed a plan, not for revenge, for protection. Harper was his anchor. Later that week, Derek received an anonymous message. It came to his work email. No subject, 1 line of text. "You should really open your eyes. She's not who you think." No name, no reply address. But the timing was too perfect. Someone knew. Someone else had seen. Derek added the message to his evidence folder. And then he stared at the final image again. Emily, Ben, the kiss. It wasn't a suspicion anymore. It was a verdict. The nursery was quiet, lit only by the amber glow of the nightlight shaped like a moon. Harper slept soundly in her crib, wrapped in the soft blanket her grandmother had knitted. The room smelled of lavender and baby lotion, comforting. Familiar. Derek sat in the rocking chair. The same chair where he had cradled Harper night after night. Where he had first whispered to her about all the dreams he had for her future. But tonight, the chair was still. His phone rested in his palm. Screen locked. The recording waited. He heard Emily's footsteps before she appeared in the doorway. She paused, as if sensing the gravity in the air. "You wanted to talk?" she asked softly. Derek didn't look up immediately. When he did, his eyes were tired, shadowed by something deeper than sleeplessness. "Close the door," he said. Emily stepped inside and gently shut it behind her. She stood near the crib, one hand on the edge, eyes flicking to Harper before meeting Derek's gaze. Without a word, Derek unlocked his phone and tapped the baby monitor app. He found the file, pressed play. The hum of the white noise machine filled the room, followed by the creak of the nursery door and the soft rustle of fabric. Then Emily's voice. "I miss you. I love you." A pause. "Ben." The sound seemed louder than before, sharper. In this room, the very space where it had been spoken, the words struck like a match against dry wood. Emily's face crumpled. Her hand fell away from the crib. "Derek." He didn't move. She blinked rapidly, tears gathering fast. I didn't know the monitor was on." "That's not the problem," Derek said, his voice low. "The problem is that it's not the first time I've heard his name." She covered her mouth with both hands, shook her head like she could rewind everything. "I was lonely," she whispered. "After Harper was born, everything changed. You were so tired, always working. I felt invisible. I felt like I was raising her alone." Derek swallowed, the weight of her words pressing against his ribs. "So you found comfort in someone else?" "He was just someone to talk to at first," Emily said quickly, stepping closer. "Ben and I went to high school together. We reconnected through a work training program. I didn't plan it. It just." "You didn't plan to whisper his name over our daughter's crib?" Emily closed her eyes. Her shoulders shook with the effort to hold herself together. "I hate myself for it. I hate what I've done. But Derek, please, I didn't mean to fall into this. I didn't mean to. You didn't mean to be caught." She stepped forward again, but Derek stood up. He towered above her now. Not in aggression, but in grief. Do you know what it's like to hear the mother of your child whisper, "I love you," to another man? In the place where our daughter sleeps. Emily sobbed, falling to her knees. Please, please don't leave. We can fix this. I love you. I do. I just. Derek looked down at her, and the ache in his chest flared hot and hollow. You should have thought of that before you invited another man into our lives. She reached out to touch him. He stepped back. You know what scares me the most? Derek said, his voice shaking now. That one day Harper will be old enough to understand what happened in this house. What her mother did, what her father endured. Emily's hand fell to her lap. I never meant to hurt her. But you did. He walked to the crib and gently lifted Harper into his arms. She stirred but didn't wake. Emily remained on the floor, broken, trembling. Derek pressed a kiss to Harper's forehead. He didn't look back as he opened the door. At the threshold, he paused. You can explain this to her someday, he said quietly, but I won't lie to her about who you are. And with that, he walked out of the nursery. The only sound left was Emily's sobs. And the quiet, ceaseless breath of the daughter. The paperwork was precise. Derek filled out each section with mechanical efficiency. No detail left blank, no margin of error. Under reasons for separation, he wrote, infidelity. Under custodial preference, joint custody. With primary residence with father. His signature at the bottom was neat, deliberate, like a man no longer uncertain. Emily didn't fight the arrangement. Whether from guilt or exhaustion, she agreed to shared custody. She moved out within a week. Her things disappeared room by room, books, clothes, makeup, framed photos. The house echoed differently without her. But Harper's cries still filled the air. And that was enough. At first, Derek fumbled. Diaper changes were chaotic, feedings mistimed, lullabies off-key, but each day brought improvement. He learned which bottle Harper liked most. How to rock her just right. He memorized the rhythm of her sleep cycles. The particular squeak of her favorite stuffed bunny. But the hardest part was the silence. Because no matter how strong he acted, no matter how carefully he measured out bottles and folded laundry, there was always a voice beneath it all, whispering, I love you. Not to him, never to him. Sometimes, late at night, Harper would wake up crying, and Derek would go into the nursery half asleep, pick her up, and hold her until she calmed. And sometimes, standing in the very place where everything fell apart, he would find himself frozen, haunted by that sound. That moment. He never told Emily how often those whispers came back, how they played not from a monitor, but from memory. One afternoon, while Harper napped, Derek cleaned the nursery. He found the old baby monitor in the drawer, the one that had recorded the betrayal. He held it in his hands, cold and weightless. He remembered the precise way Emily's voice had cracked when she said Ben's name. How she sounded more alive in that whisper than she had in weeks of marriage. He opened the back panel, removed the batteries. The device powered down with a soft beep. He placed it gently back in the drawer, closed it. That night, as he read a bedtime story to Harper, she giggled and reached for the pages with her chubby fingers. Derek smiled, but his eyes were damp. Once upon a time, he whispered, there was a brave little girl who saved her daddy's heart. She didn't understand, of course, but maybe one day she would. And maybe she wouldn't need to hear about the betrayal, the pain, the silence. Maybe all she would remember was that her father stayed, that he listened, that he loved. In the weeks that followed, Derek began to rebuild. He returned to work part-time, found a sitter he trusted, and made time for himself, even if just to sit on the porch with a cup of coffee. He didn't date. He didn't need to. Right now, his world was Harper, and that was enough. He watched as her tiny legs grew stronger, her giggles louder, her eyes more alert. He celebrated every milestone with quiet joy. But the ghosts didn't vanish. Sometimes, he'd walk past a cafe window and see a couple laughing, leaning in close, and for a split second, he'd feel that same ache, the one that whispered, she chose someone else. But he never let it linger. Because what mattered wasn't the betrayal. It was what he did after. On Harper's first birthday, Derek decorated the house with pastel balloons and paper animals. Just him and her. He baked a lopsided cake, wore a party hat, and sang off-key. Harper clapped. He laughed. And as he tucked her into bed that night, he sat beside the crib for a long while, watching, breathing, remembering. Then he stood, picked up the baby monitor from the drawer one last time, turned it over in his hands. He whispered. Some truths aren't shouted, they whisper, but they stay longer than screams. And then, he tucked it back into the drawer and turned off the light. If this story made your heart ache or your eyes tear up, make sure to subscribe for more true and haunting stories like Derek's. And stay with us, because next time, we'll meet Camila from Orlando, whose 10-year-old daughter accidentally uncovered the affair by texting the other woman back. What happens when a child says the truth adults are too scared to speak? Find out in the next episode of Infidelity Chronicles. What if your child texted the woman your husband was cheating with? And what if that's how you found out? Subscribe to uncover a story where innocence met betrayal, via an iPad. Camila never considered herself naive. She had been through enough heartbreaks to know love was not a fairy tale. But at 35, she finally felt like she had reached a place of peace, living in a cozy condo in a quiet part of Orlando, working part-time in marketing for a wellness brand, and most importantly, raising her 10-year-old daughter Isabella. Camila was doing fine. After her divorce 6 years ago, Camila had sworn off serious relationships. She poured herself into work and into Isabella, who had been just 4 at the time. They were a team, just the two of them, surviving each month and celebrating every small joy. Then came Miguel. Miguel wasn't flashy. He didn't sweep her off her feet with dramatic gestures or poetic words. What he brought was steadiness. He was mature, polished, a man who listened more than he spoke, a regional operations manager for a construction firm. He dressed in clean-cut shirts and never missed a parent-teacher meeting. When he met Isabella, he knelt down, looked her in the eyes, and asked what she liked to draw. He made her feel seen. Camila never forgot that. 2 years after meeting him, they got married, a simple backyard ceremony, friends, close family, string lights, laughter. Isabella had walked her down the aisle. From the outside, their home looked perfect. Framed pictures lined the entryway wall, smiling snapshots from Disney World. Thanksgiving dinners, Sunday hikes. Miguel made breakfast on Saturdays. Isabella loved his banana pancakes. Their living room smelled of lavender. Their fridge was always stocked. And there were no raised voices. But Camila, deep down, carried a quiet ache she could never quite name. It wasn't just the occasional glance Miguel gave his phone during dinner, or how he sometimes excused himself to respond to work emails for half an hour at a time. It was the sense of absence. Miguel was there, but not fully. Sometimes, Camila found herself telling a story at the dinner table, and realizing Miguel hadn't looked up from his screen once. Sometimes, Isabella would be showing a drawing, and Miguel would smile, distracted, clearly not listening. These were small things, tiny cracks, nothing worth an argument, nothing you could call betrayal, until they began to stack up. One evening, while clearing the dinner plates, Isabella asked in the same casual tone she used to ask for more orange juice. "Mom, who is Lena?" Camila paused. "Lena? Yeah, she texted Dad last night." Her message popped up on the iPad. It said, "Good night, sweetheart," with a heart. Camila tried to smile. Must be a coworker. You know how grown-ups joke. Isabella didn't press. She went back to drawing. Camila said nothing to Miguel that night, but she stared at the ceiling long after he fell asleep. The name Lena looped in her mind, gentle but insistent, like a melody she couldn't place. Was it jealousy, overreaction, or something she didn't want to admit? The following week, Camila came home early from a grocery run. She called out, but no one responded. Miguel was at work. Isabella should have been doing homework. As she stepped into the hallway, she saw Isabella quickly tap the iPad off and slide it under a pillow. "Hey," Camila said softly, kneeling beside the couch. "Everything okay?" Isabella nodded too quickly. Camila didn't press, but the moment etched itself into her. There were other moments. Miguel would sometimes get a text and step onto the balcony, whispering into the phone. Camila told herself it was work stress, that he respected their home by not bringing business noise into it, that he was responsible. But then there was that night. Camila was brushing her teeth when she heard a soft chime. Miguel's phone lit up. She glanced. The name flashed briefly, Lena Kissmark. She told herself it meant nothing. She told herself it was a nickname. She told herself too many things. Camila didn't confront Miguel, not yet. Maybe it was fear, maybe exhaustion, maybe the desperate need to keep the calm, to keep the image. They had worked so hard to build this new life. She didn't want to be paranoid, didn't want to break what felt, most days, like a second chance. But the seed was planted. And in the silence of late night, while Miguel slept beside her, Camila found herself scrolling old texts, reading between lines, wondering if she was imagining the distance. The hardest part wasn't the potential betrayal. It was the idea that Isabella might sense it, that her child, who had once walked her down the aisle, might feel the fractures before she did. Camila began to notice more. Isabella started asking odd questions. Is it bad to read someone else's messages? What if someone lies to their wife but still loves her? Each question felt like a pebble dropped in her stomach. One evening, Isabella didn't come down for dinner. Camila went up, knocked gently, and opened the door. The iPad was open. Isabella had been texting. Camila didn't ask. She only said, "Come eat, food's getting cold," and Isabella followed her without protest. But that night, Camila couldn't sleep. She lay in bed, the hum of the ceiling fan like static in her ears. Her heart beat too loud. She felt it now, the imbalance, the missing pieces, the quiet deception that no longer hid in shadows. She turned to look at Miguel, whose back faced her, and for the first time, she imagined life without him. Not because she stopped loving him, but because something, deep in her bones, told her the truth was already living in their house. And her daughter might have seen it first. Camila stared at the iPad. Her breath caught somewhere between her lungs and her throat. The message was still there, untouched, unresponded to since last night. But it haunted her like a living thing. "Oh wow, lol, just don't tell mommy, okay?" She hadn't slept, not really. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Isabella's innocent face, her fingers typing those words, not understanding what they meant, her little voice echoing again and again, "Are you my dad's girlfriend?" This morning, the sun had risen like it always did, but it felt different, like the light had exposed something rotten under the floorboards of her life. She made breakfast automatically, eggs, toast, a slice of melon. Miguel walked in, fresh from the shower, smelling like citrus and aftershave. He kissed her cheek and complimented her robe. She forced a smile, her body stiff beneath the affection. Isabella slid into her chair, ponytail bouncing, oblivious. "Mom, do you think my science project will win this time?" she chirped. Camila wanted to cry. Instead, she nodded and said, "Of course, Mija, you worked so hard." After Miguel left for work, Camila cleaned the kitchen as if scrubbing harder would clear the ache in her chest. She didn't touch the iPad again until Isabella was at school. She opened the messages one more time, scrolling slowly, reading them like autopsy notes. Every emoji, every wink, every private joke, they painted a picture more vivid than photographs. Camila opened notes and began writing dates, moments, times Miguel had said he was working late, times he said he had out-of-town meetings. A map of a mission took shape before her, with Lena's name glowing at the center. She had to know more. She checked the iPad settings and synced its account to her phone, creating a mirror of Miguel's hidden world. The guilt of surveillance twisted inside her, but the betrayal felt heavier. Later that afternoon, while waiting in the school pickup line, Isabella climbed into the car and asked, "Mom, did I do something wrong?" Camila blinked. "Why would you think that?" "Because you looked really sad today." Like when Daddy forgot your birthday 2 years ago. It was like being struck twice. You didn't do anything wrong, Bella, she said, her voice tight. Sometimes grown-up stuff gets messy. But it's never your fault. Isabella nodded. Then, was that lady Daddy's friend from work? The one from the messages? Camila almost swerved off the road. What? Lena. I saw her name on his work badge once. The ache sharpened into something colder. Sharper. That night, Camila kept her phone on silent and watched from the couch as Miguel arrived home. He was jovial, unaware. He kissed Isabella's forehead, complimented the pasta Camila had ordered from their favorite restaurant, and mentioned a weekend business trip next month. She nodded along, smiled at the right times. But inside, her heart was already in pieces. Later, after dinner, when Isabella was in her room, Camila picked up the iPad again. There was a new message. From Lena. Can't wait to see you again. Your daughter was cute, by the way. Camila's hand went cold. Her fingers tightened around the device. Lena had spoken to Isabella. Not just read her message, engaged her. A boundary had been crossed. A child was now involved in adult deceptions. And Camila knew then. This wasn't just an affair. This was a fracture. In the quiet that followed, she opened the camera roll, screenshotted the messages, saved them to a hidden album, labeled it, Truth. The word sat heavy on her chest. Camila didn't know what she was going to do next. But she knew this much. Her daughter's innocence had been weaponized by someone who laughed while betraying them. And that was something she could never forgive. She tucked the iPad away in her bag, walked into Isabella's room, and kissed her forehead. I love you, she whispered. Isabella stirred. Love you more, Mommy. Camila turned off the light and stood in the doorway for a moment. Something inside her had hardened. The silence in the house was no longer peaceful. It was loaded. And somewhere in that silence, a woman named Lena had laughed. But Camila wasn't laughing. Not anymore. Camila sat at the kitchen table with the iPad in front of her. The air around her heavy and electric with dread. She tapped into the message history again. Now with a singular mission. Gather every shred of evidence before it could vanish or be denied. The contact name still read, Lena Kissmark. Camila scrolled up, further and further. What she thought had been a one-time message spiraled into something far more established. Lena had been texting Miguel almost daily for the past 3 months. Mornings, late nights, lunchtime, even during holidays. Camila's fingers trembled as she clicked open an image. A selfie, Lena in a red dress, pouting toward the camera, a glass of wine in hand. Another picture, a bouquet of daisies on the passenger seat of Miguel's car. Then one more. Camila's breath caught. It was Lena and Miguel. In his car, his face half visible, hers tilted up to his as they kissed. Mid-laughter, mid-truth. She dropped the iPad on the table as if it burned. The light from the window hit her like judgment. This wasn't a suspicion anymore. It was real, undeniable, documented. Camila grabbed her phone and texted Miguel, "Hey babe. The printer jammed again. Can you help me when you get a sec?" No reply. 15 minutes passed. Then a message. "Can't right now. On a call." She stared at the screen. She hadn't mentioned she was home. Hadn't said she was trying to print from her laptop. His reply was too fast. Too rehearsed. A blanket excuse. So she waited. Breathed. 30 minutes later, Miguel called. His voice upbeat. "Hey, sorry about that. What's going on with the printer?" "Nothing. It's fine now," she said, sweetly. False alarm. She ended the call before he could say more. Later that evening, Camila picked Isabella up from school. The girl's usual chatter filled the car. Until suddenly she went quiet. "Mom," Isabella said hesitantly, "Mrs. Porter talked to me today." Camila glanced in the rearview mirror. "What about, baby?" She said some kids were laughing because I said Daddy has a girlfriend named Lena. The car went still. The outside noise faded to static. "Where did you say that?" "Meja. At lunch. I thought it was funny. I didn't know it was bad." Camila's grip on the steering wheel tightened. "What else did you say?" Isabella looked down at her shoes. Just that she texts him a lot. And that she said I was cute. A hot flush of shame burned through Camila's chest. Not just for herself, for her daughter, dragged into this mess. Now being whispered about in school hallways. Scrutinized by other parents. That night, as Miguel showered, Camila sat on the couch. Phone in hand, she looked through her contacts. Her thumb hovering over a name, Claudia. A friend, fellow mom, one who always knew what was happening in their school's social circle. She called. Claudia. Did you hear anything about Isabella today? The silence said enough. Claudia exhaled. Camila, I wasn't going to say anything until I knew more. But yes, some of the parents are talking. Someone said your daughter's been mentioning inappropriate stuff about Miguel. It's gone around. Camila closed her eyes. Her shame turned to fury. Not at her daughter, not even entirely at Miguel. At herself, for not acting sooner, for letting Lena cross that line. When Miguel stepped out of the shower, toweling his hair, Camila looked at him like a stranger. He smiled. Dinner smells amazing. She smiled back. Hope you're hungry. Inside, she was breaking, but on the outside, she was calm, because now, she had what she needed, a timeline. Photos, conversations, context. This was no longer just a betrayal. It was a humiliation, a social earthquake. Her child had become the messenger of secrets she didn't even know she carried. Camila kissed Isabella goodnight, her daughter's innocent arms wrapped around her neck. Mommy, Isabella whispered, I didn't mean to make people upset. You didn't, Mija, Camila said, voice steady. You told the truth, and that's never wrong. But Camila also knew, sometimes, the truth hurts more than any lie ever could. And sometimes, the person you thought would protect your child is the one your child needed protecting from. Camila set the dinner table with quiet precision. 3 plates, cloth napkins, a small candle lit at the center, flickering with the nervous energy she tried to suppress. She'd planned this evening carefully, no questions, no accusations. Just one last attempt to make things whole again, or to finally let them fall apart with dignity. Miguel arrived first, loosening his tie, his voice bright. Smells great in here. What's the occasion? Just us, Camila said, brushing her hair behind her ear. It's been a while since we had dinner as a family. He smiled, walked over, and kissed her cheek. She didn't flinch, but she didn't lean in either. Isabella joined moments later, wearing her unicorn pajama top, eyes wide with the kind of innocence that makes betrayal unbearable. They ate slowly. Camila asked about school, about Miguel's day. For a brief moment, the illusion returned. 3 people, pretending they were safe, whole, untouched, until Isabella said it. Mommy, I deleted the picture like you asked. Don't be mad anymore, okay? Silence. Miguel's fork stopped midair. He turned to Camila. What picture? Camila looked at Isabella, who froze under the weight of a question she didn't understand. Then she turned to Miguel, her eyes unwavering. She stood, walked into the living room, and came back with the iPad. She unlocked it, tapped the screen twice, and slid it across the table to him. He stared at the screen. The messages, the photos, the kiss in the car. The room was thick with the sound of nothing. Miguel's voice was low. You went through my things. Your daughter went through your things. Camila said, because you left your secrets in a toy. His expression shifted. Defensiveness, shame, anger. It wasn't supposed to mean anything. I was just lonely. You were always busy, always tired. You disappeared into being a mom. Camila let the words hit her like sleet. Cold, repetitive, predictable. She looked at Isabella. The girl's shoulders were tight. Her lips pressed into a thin, frightened line. You cheated, Camila said, evenly, but worse than that, you pulled her into it. You let a child carry your secret. Do you understand how messed up that is? Miguel looked at Isabella, then back at Camila. I didn't mean for that to happen. Lena, she wasn't supposed to text her. But she did, and you didn't stop it. Camila's voice cracked, but she didn't look away. I can handle betrayal. I've lived through worse. but dragging Isabella into it, making her the accidental witness to your lies. That's the part I'll never forgive." Miguel's shoulders sank. The man who once stood like stone now looked hollow. Isabella whispered, "Did I make things bad?" Camila turned to her daughter. Dropping to her knees, she held her hands gently. "No, Mija, you told the truth. That's never wrong." Miguel stood, lips parted like he might argue, but the words didn't come. He walked to the door, paused, then turned back. "I never wanted to hurt her. Or you. You did anyway," Camila replied. The door closed behind him. Not slammed, just closed. Camila and Isabella sat in the silence, the candle still flickering between them. No more illusions, no more pretending, just a mother and her daughter, and the truth neither of them had asked for, but now had to live with. Miguel moved out 2 days after that dinner. He packed quietly, avoiding eye contact, saying little beyond the necessary logistics. The apartment felt bigger without him, but not emptier. It felt denser, like the air had filled with all the words that were never said. Camila watched him go with a strange detachment, the grief already worn into her bones, too deep to cry out loud. She filed for legal separation the following week. The paperwork felt sterile compared to the emotional wreckage. Custody terms were still being negotiated. But for now, Isabella stayed with Camila full-time. The home became a new kind of quiet. Camila focused on routine, breakfasts, pickups, bedtime stories. She tried to make every part of their day a soft landing for Isabella. But something in her daughter had shifted. The chatter dimmed, the curiosity dulled. 2 weeks later, the school called. "We've noticed Isabella's been withdrawn during group activities," the counselor said gently. "She prefers to work alone and sometimes becomes upset when asked to participate in class discussions." Camila's stomach sank. "Is she getting along with the other kids?" "She's not fighting with anyone," the counselor replied, "but she seems guarded, like she's afraid to say the wrong thing." Camila nodded, her throat tightening. "I'll get her someone to talk to." She made the call that night. By Friday, Isabella was in a soft-lit office with beanbag chairs and pastel walls, speaking to a woman named Dr. Alvarez, who spoke in gentle tones and offered crayons for comfort. The first few sessions were quiet. Isabella drew pictures, said very little, but in the 4th session, as Camila sat across the room filling out a survey, she heard her daughter's voice float softly across the space. "If I never wrote back, would you and Dad still love each other?" The words sliced through Camila like paper cuts dipped in salt. She turned slowly, met Isabella's eyes. The little girl's face was so open, so confused, so painfully earnest. Camila walked over and knelt down beside her. She didn't hesitate. "You didn't break us, Mija. You didn't do anything wrong." Isabella blinked. "But if I didn't answer, maybe he'd still stay." Camila hugged her close, burying her face in her daughter's hair. Her voice cracked. "No, what broke us was already broken. You just showed me what I needed to see. I should have seen it sooner. That's on me, not you." Isabella didn't say anything else that day, but her drawings became brighter after that. Not cheerful, exactly, but less shadowed. That night, after Isabella fell asleep, Camila walked into the living room and picked up the iPad. She sat with it in her lap for a long time. Then, quietly, deliberately, she deleted every message thread, every photo, every trace, not to forget, but to release. She walked to Isabella's room. The little girl lay curled under her blanket, arms hugging her stuffed bear. Camila knelt beside her, resting a hand lightly on her back. The air was soft, the hush of the room almost sacred. She whispered into the stillness, not sure if her daughter could hear. Some children grow up not because of time, but because truth came too soon. She sat there until the weight in her chest loosened. Not gone, but manageable. Outside the window, the lights of Orlando blinked in the distance, indifferent and glittering. Inside, Camila stayed by her daughter's side, learning what it meant to mother through a storm. Not to shield her from every hurt, but to help her find her way through it. What if your child had to grow up overnight because of your secrets? If this story moved you, Subscribe now to Infidelity Chronicles, because the truth doesn't just break hearts. It breaks families. And next, we head to Fort Lauderdale, where Anthony trusted the wrong man, his son's basketball coach. The betrayal didn't just destroy his marriage. It shattered his son's will to ever play again. Don't miss the next story. Anthony from Fort Lauderdale. His wife's affair was with their teenage son's coach. Coming soon. What if the person coaching your child was coaching your wife into bed? Subscribe now to uncover how a trusted figure shattered a family from the inside out. Anthony never thought betrayal would arrive wearing a whistle and gym shorts. At 43, Anthony had a life he was proud of, though not one that made headlines. He worked as a mechanical engineer in Fort Lauderdale, the kind of man who remembered garbage days, refilled the gas before it hit halfway, and wore his wedding ring even while doing yard work. He had call-used hands and a reliable smile. He didn't believe in drama. His greatest joy was watching his son Liam, 16, tear down the basketball court like a bullet in motion. A scholarship seemed inevitable. Scouts were beginning to hover. Anthony's wife, Rachel, had been a nurse for over a decade before stepping back after a rough patch of postpartum depression years ago. She never fully went back to the field, instead pouring herself into homemaking and supporting Liam. There was a warmth to her, a calming cadence in her voice, a tenderness in how she folded laundry or picked out snacks Liam loved for after practice. Their house sat in a quiet suburban block, the kind with trimmed hedges, backyard BBQs, and neighbors who brought over banana bread instead of gossip. From the outside, it looked like the picture-perfect home. Inside, it almost was. They laughed often, ate dinner together most nights, and supported Liam with every ounce of energy they had. Coach Devlin entered their lives like any respected mentor would. He was in his late 30s, tall, charismatic, with that edge of confidence that made people lean in when he spoke. Liam admired him, Rachel found him easy to talk to, and Anthony, well, Anthony liked how Devlin pushed his son without breaking him. Devlin came to dinner once after a regional game. Then again, it became tradition, post-win burgers on the patio, or pasta nights when practice ran late. The man seemed to genuinely care. He talked basketball with Liam, health and recovery with Rachel, and even offered Anthony tips on shoulder mobility. But then, the air started to shift. It was almost imperceptible at first, like the room dimming slightly without anyone touching the switch. Liam became irritable after practices. Once, when Rachel brought up how proud Coach Devlin was of his progress, Liam shot back, "He says that to everyone." Another time, Anthony found his son sitting alone in the garage, spinning a basketball slowly like a planet out of orbit. When asked what was wrong, Liam mumbled, "Nothing, just tired." Anthony chalked it up to teenage mood swings and the pressures of adolescence. But the signs didn't stop. Rachel had always looked effortlessly pretty, but she started putting on full makeup before heading to Liam's school games. Lipstick, foundation, even eyeliner, things she usually saved for weddings or anniversaries. She said it was because she might run into parents or old colleagues. Anthony didn't question it, but one night, as they watched a show together on the couch, her phone buzzed. She glanced at it, smiled slightly, and then, realizing Anthony was watching her, quickly locked the screen. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Yeah, just one of the team moms," she said, too quickly. Anthony nodded, saying nothing, but something inside him shifted. It wasn't jealousy, it was displacement, like he was watching his family from a step behind. Not inside it anymore. Still, he tried not to give voice to doubt. He reminded himself of Rachel's loyalty during his father's illness, the way she held Liam after nightmares, the effort she put into holidays. Maybe he was just imagining things. Maybe they were just growing apart a little, the way families sometimes did. But there was something about Liam, his silence, the tired sadness in his eyes, that Anthony couldn't ignore. One night, Anthony walked past Liam's room and heard the boy mutter something under his breath while texting. The only word he caught clearly was, Disgusting. Rachel had been out that night at what she called a team planning meeting. When she got home, she smelled faintly of cologne Anthony didn't recognize. He didn't say anything, not yet, because Anthony believed in waiting, in giving people the benefit of the doubt, in the sanctity of trust. But trust, he would soon learn, doesn't always leave with a bang. Sometimes it just quietly steps out the door one day, wearing your wife's perfume, and sometimes, the person who helped your son believe in himself is the one who taught your wife to forget you entirely. Anthony didn't know the whole story yet, but the cracks were spreading, and he was starting to hear the echoing creak of something heavy about to fall. It started with shouting, not the kind Anthony was used to, not the pumped-up energy of a basketball win or Liam cheering with his friends during a game. No, this was raw, frantic, personal. Anthony had just stepped out of the shower when he heard it, Liam's voice. Cracked and furious, from the hallway. "Stop texting him, I know what's going on." There was a loud thud, a door slamming, then silence. Anthony stood frozen, towel still draped around his shoulders, heart pounding like he'd sprinted instead of showered. He wrapped himself quickly and stepped into the hall. Rachel's bedroom door was shut. Liam's was locked. The house was a vacuum. He knocked gently on Liam's door. "Bud, you okay?" No answer. "Liam, open the door." Still nothing. Anthony didn't press. He knew his son's moods, the way they had calcified into walls lately. But tonight felt different. Tonight felt like one of those moments where things teetered on the edge. He dressed, waited. Dinner was quiet. Rachel said she had a migraine. Liam didn't come out. Later, Anthony found Liam curled in his room, face buried in his pillow. "Hey," he said softly, "want to talk?" Liam didn't look up, but his voice came through the fabric. "I saw it, Dad, I saw everything." Anthony sat beside him on the bed. "She used my phone," Liam said, "to check her email one day. She forgot to log out. I didn't mean to snoop. But I saw the messages. I saw the photos." Anthony felt the breath leave him. "What kind of messages?" "Love messages," Liam whispered, like the word itself could rot something. "She said she missed him. Said she couldn't wait to be alone again." They kissed in the car. "There was a picture. She sent it." "Devlin?" Liam nodded. Anthony's mouth went dry. His first instinct wasn't rage. It was nausea, a strange, twisting sickness in his gut that made his head throb. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Liam finally turned his face. His eyes were red. "Because I didn't want to break you like it broke me." That night, Anthony couldn't sleep. He lay beside Rachel, who seemed extra attentive, asked him if he wanted tea, rubbed his back gently like she hadn't in months. He stared at the ceiling, wondering how many nights had passed with her body beside him but her heart elsewhere. The next morning, over coffee, he asked, casually, "Hey, when's Liam's next practice? Maybe I'll swing by." Rachel looked up too quickly. "You don't usually go." "Maybe it's time I did." She nodded, smiled. "Sure, I think Coach Devlin would like that." Anthony swallowed the bile rising in his throat. Later that week, while Rachel showered, Anthony went through her phone. He knew the passcode. He always had. Trust had made them lazy. The messages weren't in her primary inbox, but they were in the cloud. He dug, tracing through old backups, and there they were. "Last night was magic. I still smell your perfume on my shirt. Tell him you're at a PTA meeting again. Come see me." One had a heart emoji. Another had a selfie. Rachel, hair slightly tousled, in the front seat of what looked like Devlin's car. Anthony backed out of the files and set the phone down. His hands were trembling, but his face was still. He didn't confront her, not yet. That afternoon, Rachel made spaghetti. She asked about his day. She laughed at a show they watched together. Anthony couldn't taste the food. When he looked at her, he didn't see his wife. He saw a stranger who had walked into his home using a familiar face. The next day, he called into work and sat outside Liam's school in the car. Engine idling. He wasn't sure what he was waiting for. Then, a group of parents walked by. He heard one whisper to another. Something about Rachel and Coach. He leaned out the window. "Excuse me, did you say something about my wife?" The women froze. One of them looked at him. Pity painted across her face. "Mr. Coleman, I thought you knew. It's been kind of circulating in the group chat. Some of the kids overheard things. Your son's been really upset." Anthony felt something crumble inside. The betrayal wasn't just private. It had spilled into the hallways, into gossip threads and lunch tables. His son had carried this in silence. His wife had created this storm, and he had been the last to know. That night, Rachel came home humming. Anthony didn't speak. He sat in the living room, staring at a family photo from a year ago, their arms wrapped around each other. Liam grinning between them. And he knew, with the weight of certainty, that picture was now a lie. The truth had come. It had arrived not in flames, but in whispers, in photos tucked in clouds, in the broken voice of a teenage boy trying to protect his father. And Anthony would never look at trust the same way again. Anthony sat in the dim light of the kitchen, the only sound the low hum of the refrigerator and the occasional click of the wall clock. It was nearly 1 a.m., and Rachel had been asleep for hours. Or pretending to be. He couldn't tell anymore. He picked up her phone from the counter like it might burn him. His hands were steady now, not because he felt calm, but because he had crossed some invisible line inside himself. The line where grief hardens into resolve. The messages weren't there, not the obvious ones. Rachel was careful, but not careful enough. Anthony navigated to the backups stored in the eCloud. And there, buried in the metadata, were fragments of conversations, screenshots auto-saved, previews cached in the recesses of forgotten syncs. A photo of Devlin, half-lit, smiling that easy smile, arms stretched as he took a selfie with Rachel in the passenger seat. Her lips were pursed, leaning in. Another image, Rachel on a bed he didn't recognize. The headboard was unfamiliar. Motel lighting, a hotel mirror in the background with 2 toothbrushes in a paper cup. He set the phone down and exhaled slowly. Rage didn't feel like fire. It felt like ice, cold, creeping, calculated. The next day, Anthony checked Liam's basketball schedule. Away games. Devlin often traveled with the team. And so did Rachel, claiming to be helping with coordination. Volunteering as a team parent. He pulled up Rachel's calendar. She had taken days off work that aligned perfectly with 3 of the recent away games. It was no longer suspicion. It was a pattern. Later that night, Anthony scrolled through a private Facebook group for school parents. It was mostly mundane, bake sales, carpools, reminders about Spirit Week, but then he saw it. A post, half deleted but still visible in a reply thread. Some people really shouldn't mix parenting with dating the coach. Another parent commented, "Yeah, not a good look, especially when the kids are noticing." Anthony felt the blood drain from his face. Then his phone buzzed, a private message. "Hey man, I didn't want to be the one to say this, but I saw Rachel getting into Devlin's car after the game last week. Just thought you should know." It was from Nick, one of the other dads. A guy Anthony played pickup ball with. A guy who had been to their house. Anthony didn't respond. He didn't need to. That night, Rachel kissed him goodnight. Her lips were warm, soft. He wanted to scream. Instead, he went to Liam's room. The door was slightly open. Inside, his son sat at the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the wall. "You're not sleeping?" Liam shook his head. "You're thinking about quitting, aren't you?" Anthony asked gently. A pause. Then, "I already did. I told Coach I'm done." "Why?" Liam looked up, eyes brimming. "Because I don't want to see him. Or her. Or pretend like it doesn't hurt." Anthony sat beside him. For a moment, neither spoke. "It's not your fault, you know," Anthony said finally. Liam nodded, but he didn't look convinced. Later, alone again, Anthony sat in the dark with the family photo still framed on the shelf. Rachel, Liam, himself, frozen smiles from another life. He opened the picture frame, took out the photo, and placed it face down. This wasn't just about betrayal anymore. This was about protecting what was left from the wreckage. And tomorrow, Anthony would decide how to do that. Anthony stood at the kitchen island, his hands trembling slightly as he aligned the sheets of paper. Each page was a carefully printed record, screenshots of messages, calendar overlaps, photographs, truths that refused to stay hidden. He had chosen tonight for a reason. Liam was home, Rachel was relaxed, thinking the storm had passed. But Anthony had waited not to punish, not to destroy, but to place reality squarely on the table and see who would still be standing afterward. Dinner was quiet. Rachel served the chicken casserole she'd made earlier, asking Liam how school was, offering Anthony a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Liam responded with grunts, stabbing at his plate without appetite. Halfway through, Anthony pushed his plate aside. "We need to talk." Rachel blinked. Liam looked up, his fork frozen. Anthony reached under the table and pulled out the folder. He laid the printed photos on the table one by one. Devlin and Rachel in the car. Rachel in the unfamiliar bed. Screenshots of texts. A calendar overlay. There was no narrative required. The evidence spoke louder than any accusation. Rachel stared, her face drained of color. Her hand reached for one of the sheets, then stopped. Liam's eyes widened as he recognized the images. Anthony said nothing, he just looked at her. Rachel exhaled shakily. "Anthony, it's not what it looks like." He tilted his head slightly. "Then what is it?" "Rachel, because to me, it looks like you've been sneaking off with our son's coach and using team trips as cover." She opened her mouth, then shut it again. Her shoulders sagged. "I was lonely," she whispered. "You were always working. I felt like I didn't exist anymore. Devlin made me feel seen." "So you slept with him?" Anthony said, his voice flat. Rachel's eyes darted toward Liam, who was now staring at her like he didn't recognize her. "Liam, don't," Liam said, his voice cracked. "Don't say you're sorry, don't make this about you." He shoved his chair back and ran upstairs. Rachel stood up, as if to follow, but Anthony raised a hand. "Let him go. He doesn't need more confusion right now. I never meant to hurt him," she murmured. "Or you." "But you did," Anthony said, "and you didn't stop, not after the first message. Not after the second trip. You let this happen in front of us." Rachel's hands trembled as she sat back down. "I just needed something that felt like mine. I didn't think." "You didn't think," Anthony cut in. "That part's clear." Silence filled the room, thick and suffocating. The ceiling fan hummed overhead. A dog barked somewhere in the neighborhood. But inside, time had stopped. Rachel lowered her head into her hands. "He made me feel alive again. I know that sounds pathetic. But it sounds selfish," Anthony said, "and cruel." Rachel's shoulders shook with quiet sobs. Anthony stood. He gathered the papers, slid them back into the folder, and tucked it under his arm. "This family deserved honesty," he said. "You gave us betrayal." He turned toward the stairs. "Where are you going?" Rachel asked, barely above a whisper. "To my son," he said, because he didn't ask for any of this. He found Liam curled on his bed. The lights off. Anthony sat beside him without speaking for a while. "It's all true, isn't it?" Liam finally said. Anthony nodded. "I'm sorry, son. I feel like everything's ruined." Liam whispered. Anthony put an arm around him. "Not everything. You still have me, and I still have you." They sat in silence, two broken parts trying to stay whole for each other. Downstairs, Rachel remained at the table, the empty plates untouched, the casserole cold, alone now, not just in body, but in spirit. The walls that once echoed with laughter felt too large, too quiet. She looked at the family photo still hanging by the fridge and, for the first time, couldn't look herself in the eye. Rachel moved out the following weekend. There was no ceremony to it, no dramatic exit, no slammed doors, just boxes, taped in silence, and a goodbye that sounded like an apology neither of them had the strength to finish. Anthony filed for divorce the next morning. Liam didn't speak much after that. He stopped going to practice, dropped out of the team chat, and locked all his social media accounts. The boy who once lived for the bounce of a basketball now avoided even walking past the court. Anthony watched his son vanish into himself. Days blurred together. Work became a mechanical refuge. He got up, made breakfast, drove Liam to school, picked him up, made dinner. Sometimes they watched a movie in silence. Sometimes they sat in the same room, each isolated by headphones and haunted thoughts. Then, one gray Saturday afternoon, Anthony wandered into Liam's room to leave a folded shirt and saw it, Liam's basketball, sitting untouched on the shelf. A thin film of dust settling into the ridges. He didn't touch it, just stared. Later that day, he invited Liam for a walk. They didn't talk much, just strolled through the park, passing the empty courts, until Liam finally spoke. "I don't think I'll ever play again," he said. Anthony looked over, letting the silence breathe. "Not because I can't, but because it hurts too much." Anthony didn't respond. He just reached over and squeezed his son's shoulder. Not to fix it, just to be there. One evening, while cleaning out drawers, Anthony found the old team photo, the one with Liam, beaming in his uniform, and Devlin crouched beside him like a proud mentor. He tucked it face down into a folder and buried it in the back of the closet. The final scene unfolded quietly. Anthony stood at the perimeter of the local basketball court, fingers wrapped around the cold metal fence. Kids played inside, their laughter echoing through the dusk. Sneakers squeaked, balls bounced, life went on. He stayed there a while, watching, not with bitterness, but with a distant ache. Behind him, the sun dipped below the Fort Lauderdale skyline, casting long shadows across the pavement. He turned away slowly, murmuring to the wind, "Some betrayals break more than trust. They break futures." Then he walked home, carrying the weight of what had been broken, but also the quiet strength of still being there for what remained. Before you go, ask yourself this: what if the person who exposed your affair was your own child? In our next heartbreaking story, a 6-year-old girl innocently tells a divorce judge about the man who sleeps over with mommy. Not knowing her words would change everything. Lena from St. Petersburg thought she had the perfect strategy in court, until her daughter spoke the truth no one expected. The result: she lost custody in a single sentence. Right arrow subscribe now to Infidelity Chronicles, and turn on notifications so you don't miss story number 5. Lena from St. Petersburg. Her child told the divorce judge who was there at night. Because sometimes, the smallest voices reveal the biggest betrayals. What if the person who took your daughter to ballet lessons also took your place in bed? And what if your child told the court everything? Subscribe for a story where innocence became testimony. Lena had always prided herself on appearances. At 38, she was the type of woman who knew how to balance a demanding HR job, keep her downtown St. Petersburg apartment tidy, and arrive at the parent-teacher meetings with homemade snacks in hand. The divorce with Eric, her husband of 10 years, had been what people might call amicable, or at least, that's how it looked on paper. There had been no screaming matches, no broken dishes, no public custody battles, just two grown adults calmly agreeing to part ways for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter. Ava. Eric, a methodical and somewhat aloof auditor, had always favored order and precision over emotion. Lena, on the other hand, had mastered the art of emotional diplomacy. She could smile through pain, negotiate through tears, and keep her secrets behind carefully chosen words. To the outside world, they were the model of maturity, two exes co-parenting responsibly, rotating custody weeks, and exchanging polite texts about ballet class schedules and dentist appointments. Their daughter, Ava, was the kind of child who made strangers smile. Bright-eyed and precocious, she had a love for drawing fairies and practicing pliés in front of the living room mirror. She loved both her parents and took their split with the innocence only a 6-year-old could afford, believing it was simply a matter of space, of grown-ups needing different rooms to sleep in. In their quiet apartment, Lena maintained routines: pancakes on Sundays, coloring time before bed, a bubble bath every Friday. But there were cracks, tiny, hairline fractures that she hoped no one noticed. Like when Ava asked, "Why does Uncle Kyle stay over so many nights, Mommy?" Or the night Lena rushed to tuck Ava into bed an hour earlier than usual. Her phone lighting up with a message that made her cheeks flush and her fingers tremble. Uncle Kyle, that's how Ava knew him. Kyle had been Lena's college friend, a frequent visitor during her separation. And lately, much more than that, he was charming, with a crooked smile and a comforting presence that filled the void Eric had left. Ava liked him, and Lena needed him, but need didn't look good in court documents. Especially not when the custody agreement hadn't been finalized. Eric, of course, noticed things. Ava's offhand comments, the unfamiliar jacket on the coat rack, the faint scent of cologne he knew didn't belong to him. He didn't say anything. Not yet. Instead, he played his role, arriving with a neutral smile and thoughtful questions like, "How's Ava been sleeping?" Or, "Did she finish her reading assignment?" He was building a case in silence, collecting data like he did at work, waiting for Lena to slip. One afternoon, when Eric arrived to pick up Ava, the girl ran to him with her usual excitement, waving a crayon drawing in one hand. "Daddy, look, it's me and Mommy and Uncle Kyle in our pajamas." Eric bent down, eyeing the cartoonish figures, 3 stick people in a bed, 3 smiley faces. He looked up at Lena, who managed a tight-lipped smile. "She's got quite the imagination," Lena said. "Yeah," Eric replied, "she always did." Inside, Lena's pulse quickened. She felt her grip tightening on the doorknob as Eric took Ava by the hand and walked away. There was no outburst, no accusation, but his eyes lingered longer than usual. That night, Lena sat at the kitchen counter long after Ava had gone to sleep. She stared at the empty wine glass in front of her and scrolled through her messages with Kyle. There were sweet nothings, sure, but also moments she knew would be impossible to explain in front of a judge. Moments that blurred the lines between comfort and recklessness. And still, Lena told herself she was in control, that everything was under wraps, that she could manage appearances until the custody agreement was finalized. She didn't anticipate how fragile a secret could become when it passed through the lips of a child. She didn't know it yet, but the world she so carefully curated was beginning to shift. Innocence, after all, has no filter, and courtrooms don't care how well you hide the truth behind bedtime stories and ballet shoes. The storm was coming. It didn't howl or rage. It whispered through crayons and pajamas and a child's innocent love. And Lena, for all her poise, was about to find out how easily a secret becomes a sentence. The courtroom wasn't imposing, but to Ava it might as well have been a castle made of silence and serious faces. The walls were pale, the windows high, and everything smelled faintly of paper and coffee. She sat on a chair that felt too big, her feet swinging back and forth, her sketchbook resting on her lap. Judge Corwin leaned forward, his face lined with both age and the wisdom of too many custody battles. "Ava, do you know why you're here today?" The little girl nodded. "To talk about Mommy and Daddy." "That's right, we just want to hear how things are at home. You can be honest here." "Okay." Ava blinked, then said, as if recalling a memory she wasn't supposed to repeat, "Mommy said not to talk about Uncle Kyle." There was a pause. The court reporter stopped typing. Judge Corwin straightened slightly. "And who is Uncle Kyle?" "He's Mommy's friend. He sleeps over when Daddy's not around. He sleeps in Mommy's bed." Silence snapped across the room like a whip. In the back, Eric stared at the floor. His hand curled into a fist on his knee. He didn't look at Lena. Lena, on the other hand, had gone pale. She opened her mouth slightly, but no words came out. She looked at Ava, then the judge, then back at her folded hands. The rest of the proceeding moved forward, but it may as well have stopped for Lena. Her heartbeat thumped in her ears like the ticking of a countdown. The judge thanked Ava, and the child was escorted out with a coloring book in hand. Unaware that her words had just detonated a legal landmine. That afternoon, Eric received an email from his attorney. The court was placing a temporary hold on the shared custody proposal. An emergency review would be scheduled. When Lena got home with Ava, She barely waited for the door to close before she turned on her daughter. "Why would you say that?" she snapped. Ava, startled, dropped her doll. "You told me not to lie," she whispered. "But you didn't have to say everything." Ava's eyes welled up. "Did I do something bad?" Lena froze. Her hands, raised in frustration, dropped slowly to her sides. "No, baby," she said after a long pause, voice cracking. "You didn't do anything wrong. Mommy made a mistake." She knelt to pick up the doll, brushing Ava's hair back with a trembling hand. But the words had already settled like dust into the corners of the room. Lena knew the damage wasn't just to her legal position. It was to the fragile trust she had tried so hard to maintain. Eric, meanwhile, didn't feel triumphant. He felt exhausted. Sitting in his car, parked outside his apartment, he replayed Ava's words in his mind. Not the content, but the tone. How innocent she sounded. How unaware she was of the weight her sentence carried. He didn't want to weaponize his daughter. He just wanted her safe. And right now, he wasn't sure Lena could provide that. Later that night, Lena sat in the darkened living room, her phone untouched. Kyle hadn't texted, and she hadn't reached out. A part of her resented him, not for being there, but for being a complication, for not knowing when to leave, for not understanding what was at stake. She poured a glass of wine but didn't drink it. She just stared at it, like it might offer an answer she hadn't found in court. Ava slept in the other room, curled under a fairy-themed comforter, unaware that her small voice had shifted the course of several lives. And Lena sat in the storm's eye, wondering not how to undo what had been said, but how to live with it. Eric wasn't a man of impulse. He had built a career on facts, documentation, and careful analysis, qualities that now served him well in the most personal investigation he'd ever undertaken. After the court hearing, he didn't rage, he didn't confront Lena or lash out. He simply started collecting data. His first move was hiring a private attorney who specialized in high-conflict custody cases. The man, sharp and efficient, immediately advised Eric to gather anything that would help establish an unstable environment in Lena's home. With the court temporarily halting shared custody, this was a narrow window to make a stronger case. Eric requested security footage from the management of Lena's apartment building. It took a formal request and a few days of waiting, but when the files came through, they painted a quietly damning picture. Kyle appeared in the footage again and again, arriving at Lena's unit late at night. Sometimes with a duffel bag, sometimes carrying takeout. He left in the early mornings, often before Ava woke up. 4 nights a week, sometimes 5. Eric cross-checked those dates with Lena's declared work schedule and noticed that on many of the nights Kyle stayed over, Lena had logged time off or left early. He dug deeper. Kyle wasn't just a friend from college or an occasional visitor, he was effectively living there part-time. Then came a more troubling discovery. A background check, run discreetly through his lawyer, revealed that Kyle had a misdemeanor charge related to drug possession several years prior. It was classified as minor, and had been expunged from public record. But it was still there. Eric didn't jump to conclusions, but it raised red flags. He printed everything: timestamps, photos, copies of court documents. Then came the iPad. Ava's iPad was synced to Lena's eCloud account, which she often forgot to log out of. Eric had bought the tablet for Ava himself and knew it occasionally picked up text messages from Lena's phone. He wasn't actively snooping, not at first. But one evening, Ava left it on the kitchen counter during a drop-off, and a message pinged. "Miss you already. Last night was perfect." It was from Kyle. Eric stared at the message. Frozen. It was followed by a heart emoji and a photo, not explicit, but intimate. Lena curled against Kyle on what appeared to be a bed. Not their bed, not Ava's bed, somewhere unfamiliar. Eric took screenshots before handing the iPad back to Ava, who was busy drawing flowers in the Notes app. Eric's lawyer looked over the findings with growing interest. "This," he said, gesturing to the stack of evidence, "shows a pattern of behavior that contradicts Lena's statements under oath. The twist came unexpectedly. At a weekend birthday party for one of Ava's classmates, Eric chatted with another parent, a woman named Denise whose daughter also took ballet. She mentioned Lena in passing, then hesitated. "Can I ask you something?" she said. "Is Kyle still around your ex-wife's place?" Eric nodded slowly. Look, my husband coached a youth league once. And he knows Kyle, says he's not a bad guy. But not someone you want your kid around unsupervised. That's all I'll say." Eric thanked her, his heart sinking. It wasn't a smoking gun, but it was enough to push him further. Meanwhile, Lena was beginning to unravel. The court's decision to suspend shared custody had blindsided her. She stopped hosting dinners. Kyle noticed her growing distant, more irritable. She jumped whenever the doorbell rang. She double-checked the locks at night. One evening, she sat in bed scrolling through parenting blogs, looking for reassurance that this was all just a rough patch. She turned to Kyle, who was brushing his teeth in the bathroom, and said, "You don't think Ava is scared of you, right?" Kyle paused. "What kind of question is that? Just answer." "No, of course not. She's a sweet kid. Why would she be scared?" Lena didn't respond. Instead, she stared at the reflection of her own face in the dark screen of her phone. Ava, meanwhile, was growing quieter. She colored less, asked fewer questions. During one evening cuddle on the couch, she looked up at Lena and whispered, "Did I make Daddy mad?" Lena's heart broke. "No, sweetie, you didn't make anyone mad. Then why are you and Daddy fighting more now?" Lena hugged her tightly. "Sometimes grown-ups have to work through hard things. But it's not your fault." Ava nodded, but Lena could tell the answer hadn't landed. The guilt had. It sat between them, unspoken, a small but heavy thing. Eric saw it too. Ava didn't run to him at pickups like before. She held his hand but didn't chatter about her day. She asked questions he didn't know how to answer. "If Mommy loves Kyle, does that mean she doesn't love me and Daddy anymore?" Eric knelt down, looked her in the eye. "Love doesn't run out, sweetheart, but sometimes people forget how to use it right." She nodded again, quiet. The court date loomed. Eric compiled everything. He didn't want to destroy Lena. He didn't even want full custody just to win. He just wanted to protect Ava. And part of him knew, deep down, that protection sometimes meant taking away the thing you once loved. Lena wasn't evil. She wasn't reckless in the way headlines made mothers out to be. But she had gambled with trust, with Ava's safety, with appearances that mattered more in court than in heart. And now, every move was a calculation. Every misstep, a piece of evidence. The case wasn't over, but the scale was tipping. Not with fury, not with shouting, but with quiet truths Ava never meant to tell. And with a father who had finally learned that silence, too, could be a weapon, if used with care. The courtroom had changed, no longer a chamber of polite civility. It now thrummed with tension thick enough to slice with a knife. Lena sat at the plaintiff's table, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, knuckles white. The room was colder today. Or maybe that was just the chill of being under scrutiny. Eric sat across from her, stoic. His lawyer, a woman named Marla Hensley, organized her stack of documents with the precision of someone ready to dismantle an entire image. When Judge Corwin entered, everyone stood. When they sat again, the trial began not with noise, but with a calm presentation of facts, and then, the evidence came like waves. "Your Honor," Marla began, standing tall and clear-voiced. "We submit photographic evidence from building security showing Mr. Kyle Henderson arriving and departing Ms. Rivera's residence multiple nights per week. We also submit a series of messages retrieved legally from a shared iPad device." Screens lit up. The texts were displayed. Endearments, sleepovers, intimacy documented with the oblivious openness of people who never expected to be exposed. Lena sat frozen. She hadn't expected Eric to gather so much. She hadn't even thought he noticed. Kyle had been careful, but clearly not careful enough. Then came the neighbors. 2 women, one a retiree who lived next door, the other a young teacher from across the hall. "Yes, I've heard things," said the retiree. At night, often, it wasn't hard to tell what was going on. It made me uncomfortable, the teacher said, especially because I knew there was a child in that apartment. The words landed like strikes. Lena tried to sit tall, but her spine felt like it might give way. When her turn came, her lawyer asked for the opportunity to explain. Lena spoke carefully. Kyle is a friend. He's been supportive during a very hard time. Ava knows him, feels safe around him. I never meant to deceive anyone. Did you instruct your daughter not to mention Kyle to the court? The judge asked. Lena hesitated. I asked her not to talk about things that were private. The judge raised a brow. A 6-year-old doesn't distinguish between private and court relevant. Then came Ava. She entered the courtroom holding a plush rabbit. The judge spoke gently, asking only simple questions. Did Mommy ever ask you not to talk about Kyle? Ava looked at Lena, then back to the judge. Yes, Mommy said it would make things worse. The words echoed. Lena tried to breathe, but it caught in her throat. And does Kyle stay over a lot? Ava nodded. When Daddy's not home, he brings Mommy flowers. They sleep together. The courtroom didn't gasp. It didn't need to. The silence was heavier. Ava sniffled. Am I in trouble? The judge shook his head gently. No, sweetheart. You've been very brave. Ava began to cry. Eric closed his eyes. His lips pressed tight. He didn't want this. He didn't want to see Ava like this. He looked over at Lena, who looked hollowed out, like someone who had just watched her world fracture in slow motion. After Ava was escorted out, Lena turned her head, just slightly, toward Eric. Her expression wasn't anger anymore. It was sorrow, but that sorrow did nothing to undo the damage. Judge Corwin announced that a final decision would be rendered within the week. The court adjourned. People filed out. Lena remained seated, unmoving, even as her attorney whispered that they needed to regroup. Outside, Eric met Ava at the courthouse steps. She ran into his arms, and he held her like a shield. Not against Lena, but against all of it. The courtroom, the questions, the things she never should have had to carry. Inside, Lena finally stood. She walked slowly, almost like she didn't know where she was going. Kyle wasn't there. He hadn't come. He hadn't called. She felt the absence like an indictment of its own. She whispered to herself as she walked into the hallway, voice barely audible. I thought I could handle it. I thought I was protecting her. But she hadn't been. And now, her daughter couldn't even look at her the same way again. The final ruling came on a rainy Thursday morning. The courtroom was less full this time. No neighbors, no long-winded testimony, just Lena, Eric, the attorneys, and a decision. The judge spoke with the measured tone of someone who understood the weight of their words. Primary custody will be awarded to Mr. Rivera. Ms. Rivera will have supervised visitation, not to exceed twice a month. Pending further evaluation. Lena didn't react outwardly. She sat very still, almost too still, her breath so shallow it barely disturbed her chest. Ava wasn't there, and that absence cut more deeply than any legal verdict. It was the silence of a bond broken. She left the courthouse alone. The rain hit her like tiny, wet needles, but she didn't open her umbrella. There was a kind of penance in feeling it all, letting herself get soaked. Her lawyer offered her a ride. She declined. There was no destination, really. Back at home, the apartment felt foreign. Ava's drawings were still on the fridge. The pink ballet shoes were still by the door. Her bed was still made with care. The stuffed animals arranged exactly as Ava had left them. But none of it felt alive. Lena tried calling. Eric didn't block her, but he didn't always answer. She left voicemails. She sent messages. Sometimes she tried humor. Sometimes she pleaded. She tried to explain things she hadn't been able to say in court. But there was always a pause. A silence. And when Eric finally did reply, it was brief. Ava needs time. Time, the very thing Lena had squandered. Her supervised visits were scheduled through a family services center. Sterile rooms, glass panels, a third party present at all times. Ava came in holding a coloring book. She smiled, but it was the kind of smile that felt rehearsed. Her eyes didn't stay on Lena long. They would talk. Lena would ask about school, about ballet. Ava would answer politely. She never said she missed her. She never said she was angry either. She just talked, like one might with a teacher they liked but didn't really know. After one visit, Lena stayed behind in the room. Long after Ava left, the supervisor eventually cleared her throat. Lena nodded, gathered her things, and left. At home, she avoided the news. She avoided Kyle. They hadn't spoken in weeks. He disappeared the moment the ruling came in. And Lena didn't chase him. Not anymore. What would be the point? She tried therapy once, but she left halfway through the session when the counselor asked her gently, "Do you believe you prioritized your daughter's needs?" She didn't know what to say. Years passed. Eric didn't remarry. Ava grew older, quieter. Her birthday parties were small. On her 10th birthday, she asked for a trip to the aquarium. Eric obliged. They walked past tanks glowing with electric blue, jellyfish dancing like ghosts. That night, after cake and candles, Eric tucked her into bed. She looked at him, suddenly serious. "Daddy?" "Yeah, sweetheart. I miss Mommy, sometimes, but I don't think I can trust her." Eric smoothed her hair. "You don't have to decide anything right now. Just feel what you feel." "That's okay." Ava nodded. "Did she ever say sorry?" Eric hesitated. "Yes, many times." "Okay." Ava turned on her side. "But sometimes sorry doesn't fix things." He didn't reply. He just stayed until she fell asleep. That same night, Lena sat in her apartment, the light from the street casting long shadows through the blinds. She had cleaned out Ava's room but hadn't redecorated it. It remained as it was, a shrine to a time she couldn't get back. She opened her journal and wrote, "Some children grow up not because they turn 10, but because they learn how not to cry when love disappoints them." She closed the book. On her next supervised visit, she brought Ava a new art set. Watercolors, brushes, paper. Ava smiled again, maybe a little more real this time. But when the visit ended, she gave the set back. "I don't want to take sides." Lena nodded. "Okay, I understand." But she didn't, not really. The pain of watching your child build a wall with your own bricks was something she couldn't explain to anyone. One afternoon, years later, Lena attended a school event. Not as a guest, she sat in the back, among other parents who came for the music recital. Ava was on stage, playing violin. Her posture was poised, her face serious. When the recital ended, Lena stayed in her seat while others clapped and dispersed. Ava walked past. She saw her, and didn't stop. Lena watched her daughter walk away, straight into Eric's arms. Ava looked happy, whole, and Lena told herself that was what mattered most. She stepped outside into the cool evening air, leaned against the wall, and whispered to no one in particular. She told the truth. And it cost me everything. But maybe that's justice. The wind moved through the trees. Somewhere, a bell rang, and Lena walked home, alone, with the echoes of a childhood she would never again be part of. If you believe the worst betrayals are the ones seen through innocent eyes, hit that subscribe button now and don't miss what's coming next. Because in our next story, a game of hide and seek turned into a heartbreaking reveal. A little girl hid in the wrong place, and saw something no child ever should. Coming up, Miguel from Miami, his daughter saw the affair while playing hide and seek. A tale of broken trust, public shame, and a father's fight to protect what's left. Subscribe now. Stay with Infidelity Chronicles, where truth hides in the quietest corners, and always comes out. What would you do if the person who shattered your illusion of a perfect marriage wasn't a private investigator, a suspicious neighbor, or even your own instincts, but your 6-year-old daughter? Before we dive into this story, hit that subscribe button, because once you hear what happened to Miguel from Miami, you'll never look at a child's words the same way again. Miguel Alvarez was the kind of man most people assumed had life figured out. At 39, he had built a steady career as a civil engineer and earned the quiet respect of both his colleagues and his neighbors. With his kind eyes and soft-spoken manner, Miguel exuded calm. He wasn't loud or flashy, His presence was felt in the way he fixed a fence for the widow down the street without being asked. Or how he remembered the birthdays of every child on the block. He lived with his wife, Claudia, in a modest yet elegant home nestled in a quiet Miami suburb. It wasn't beachfront, but it had a small pool glistening under the Florida sun, a garden full of rosemary and bougainvillea, and the kind of stillness that made the neighborhood feel like it was holding its breath in contentment. Claudia, at 35, had a brightness that made her memorable. She was a real estate agent who carried herself with practiced grace. She always knew what to say, always knew what to wear. When she smiled, people noticed. Miguel had fallen for that smile 12 years ago, and he still remembered the way it first disarmed him, half confident, half daring. They had one daughter, Bella, at 6. She had her mother's expressive eyes and Miguel's gentle demeanor. She spoke with the kind of candid sincerity only children possess. She liked dinosaurs, juice boxes, and hiding in improbable places, giggling uncontrollably when found. On paper, they were a picture of suburban harmony. Miguel cherished his weekends. Saturdays were for pancakes and cartoons, followed by bike rides to the park or movie nights with popcorn. He made it a point to leave his phone in the kitchen drawer and focus on Bella. He had grown up with an absent father and had sworn silently that his daughter would never know that brand of neglect. But recently, something subtle had shifted. It wasn't anything obvious, just the little things. Claudia had started coming home late more frequently. She would excuse herself with a breathless explanation about a last-minute showing or an indecisive client who suddenly wanted to see 5 properties before dinner. Miguel never questioned her. In fact, he admired her work ethic. But it started to feel like Claudia was always rushing, always busy. Even at home, when she was there, she was present in body but not in spirit. She would laugh at the dinner table but her eyes flickered to her phone screen. She would tell Miguel she was too tired to watch their favorite show, only to be heard laughing on a late-night phone call behind the locked door of her home office. There was also the iPad, a newer model, one that Miguel didn't remember buying. Claudia kept it close, almost too close. It was never left unattended, never on the kitchen counter, never in Bella's reach. The same went for her phone. And Miguel, trusting, quiet Miguel, never snooped. He didn't want to be that man. He believed in trust, but belief, he was starting to realize, didn't erase unease. And then there was Bella. One night, as Miguel tucked her into bed, she asked a question so casual. It seemed harmless. "Why doesn't mommy eat dinner with us anymore?" Miguel froze for a moment, caught in the half-light of the night lamp and his own unraveling thoughts. "She's just busy with work, sweetheart," he replied, brushing hair from her face. "But she loves you very much." Bella nodded slowly but looked unconvinced. Her silence lingered longer than usual. Miguel kissed her forehead and turned off the light, but the question echoed in his mind like an unanswered alarm. That was the night he stood alone by the pool for nearly an hour, staring at his own reflection and feeling something tight around his chest. He couldn't name the feeling then, not yet, but it sat in his lungs like smoke, the kind you only smell after the fire is gone. Still, Miguel told himself there was nothing to worry about. He remembered their early years, when money was tight and Claudia had supported them through the rough patches. When she held his hand in hospital rooms. When she sent him texts that said, "Just thinking of you." He clung to those memories like a man gripping the edge of a cliff. Because Claudia was not cruel. She was not careless. She was simply tired. He told himself, maybe they both were. Marriage, after all, was not a fairy tale but a commitment to choosing each other again and again. And Miguel had never once failed to choose Claudia. He believed she was doing the same. And maybe that belief was the cruelest illusion of all. But not yet. In this chapter of his life, Miguel was still a man in love with his wife. A father who adored his daughter. A husband who looked at a crack in the wall and thought it was just time and weather, not the foundation fracturing beneath him. He didn't know yet that the truth had already begun to seep in. That his daughter's question wasn't just innocent curiosity. but the first whisper of a tidal wave. He didn't know yet that the house he so carefully built was standing on shifting ground. All he knew was that something had changed. But change, Miguel believed, wasn't always bad. Sometimes, it just meant growth. He would soon learn that some changes don't lead to growth. They lead to endings. And sometimes, those endings begin with the quiet voice of a child, asking why dinner plates are no longer set for 3. It was a Saturday afternoon like any other. Sun spilling lazily through the palm trees of their Miami suburb. The sky impossibly blue and cloudless. Miguel had planned to take Bella to her grandparents' house, as he often did on weekends when Claudia said she had clients to meet. That morning, Claudia had been in a hurry, curling her hair in front of the bathroom mirror, spritzing perfume that lingered too long, and adjusting the strap of her dress as if every detail had to be perfect. "I have to show a property near Coconut Grove," she said casually over her shoulder. "Some picky buyers. Might take all afternoon." Miguel didn't question it. He never did. He watched her go, noting how she didn't kiss Bella goodbye, just waved distantly and disappeared out the door. Later that day, Bella was playing with a puzzle at her grandparents' house when she suddenly looked up. Wide-eyed. "I forgot Ladybug," she exclaimed. "Ladybug?" her grandmother asked. "My doll. She's on my bed. I need her." Miguel, in the middle of fixing a loose gate with his father, overheard the exchange. Before he could offer to go with her, Bella had already slipped out, assuring everyone she knew the way. She ran, the wind tugging at her ponytail, her sandals slapping against the sidewalk. The house, so familiar and comforting, stood silent. She unlocked the door with the code her parents had taught her, crept inside like a little explorer. It was quiet, too quiet. A thought occurred to her. Maybe Mommy was hiding. Maybe she was home after all. Maybe they were playing a surprise game of hide and seek. She giggled to herself and tiptoed through the hallway. The bedroom door was half open. She peeked in, then instinctively ducked into the walk-in closet, her usual hiding spot. It smelled like her mom's perfume and cedarwood. She clutched the door gently behind her and nestled between hanging coats and boxes of shoes. She intended to jump out and scare someone, but what she saw instead made her freeze. Through the narrow slats of the closet door, she saw the bed. Her mother was there, laughing softly. She was not alone. A man, tall, with dark hair, was leaning over her, touching her face, whispering things that made Claudia giggle. They were close, too close. He wasn't Daddy. Bella's eyes widened. She stopped breathing. Her little heart pounded like a drum in her chest. The laughter from the bed was muffled but unmistakable. Something in her gut told her she wasn't supposed to see this. She didn't understand everything, but she understood enough to know this wasn't normal. Very slowly, Bella backed out from the closet, careful not to make a sound. Her tiny fingers trembled on the doorknob. She slipped out of the house the same way she came in. This time not running, just walking, fast and frightened, her breath shallow, her face pale. Back at her grandparents' house, she burst into the backyard where Miguel was laughing with his father. Bella's face was white, her hands were shaking. Miguel turned instantly. "Bella, what's wrong?" She ran to him, wrapped her arms around his waist, and buried her face in his shirt. "Mama's with a man," she said, muffled. "In your bed. I saw them." Miguel didn't move. He stood absolutely still, the blood draining from his face. The wrench in his hand slipped to the ground with a dull clank. "What did you say?" he asked quietly. Bella looked up, her eyes brimming. There was a man. He hugged her. She was laughing. "I saw them through the closet." For a moment, no one said anything. The garden around them seemed to blur. Miguel's mother stood frozen on the porch, her hand clutching a watering can. His father lowered his tools. Eyes narrowed. Miguel knelt down, taking Bella's face gently in his hands. "Are you sure, sweetheart? Maybe it was someone else." Bella nodded firmly. "Not you. A stranger." The conviction in her voice sent a chill through his spine. He pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. Not speaking, his heart was hammering. His thoughts a chaos of images and emotions. But his face was calm, still, eerily controlled. Later, when Claudia returned, she found Miguel sitting silently on the porch. Bella was asleep in her grandmother's lap. "Hey," Claudia said lightly, "how was the day?" Miguel looked at her with eyes that no longer blinked away suspicion. He didn't respond. "Everything okay?" she asked, hesitating. Still, he said nothing, just stood and walked inside. Claudia stood alone on the steps, her smile faltering, her fingers clutching the strap of her purse. That night, Miguel didn't sleep. He lay in the dark, listening to the hum of the ceiling fan, the soft breaths of his daughter down the hall, and the pounding in his own ears. Bella's words replayed over and over like a broken lullaby. He didn't know what hurt more, the possibility that his wife had betrayed him, or that his daughter had been the one to find out first. The weight of it settled in his bones. Something had shattered, and the sound of it echoed in silence. Miguel didn't confront Claudia, not right away. He didn't ask questions, didn't raise his voice, didn't accuse. Something colder, more calculating, had awakened inside him. A part of him had frozen still that day Bella came running into his arms. Face white with confusion and fear. That part of him refused to act without knowing, without being certain. He began to watch. It started simply. He paid attention to Claudia's schedule, wrote it down in a small notebook he kept hidden in the garage. The names of clients she mentioned, addresses she claimed to visit, the days she left early or came back late. It was all logged, all recorded. Miguel noted even the perfume she wore, the mood she displayed. Some days she came home bright and chatty, other days, subdued, guilty maybe, or just distant. Then came the cameras. He bought them online under a different name. Small, nearly invisible, easily tucked into corners. He installed one in the bedroom behind a vent, another near the entryway facing the living room, and one, though it pained him, in Bella's room. Just to be sure, all were motion triggered and connected to his phone. He didn't know what he expected. He only knew he needed proof. The first few days passed with nothing unusual. Claudia moved through the house like a ghost, silent, graceful, and untouched. Miguel almost doubted himself. Almost. Then, one Tuesday, the alert pinged. It was 2:43 p.m. He had just finished a site inspection and was reviewing blueprints in his truck when the notification came through. Motion detected. He tapped the thumbnail and the video loaded. Claudia entered the bedroom, smiling. She wore the same dress she had worn that morning when she kissed Bella goodbye and claimed she'd be working all day. But she wasn't alone. The man entered behind her. Miguel hadn't seen him before. He had dark, slightly graying hair, a strong jawline, and a casual swagger in his walk. Claudia kissed him as if no hesitation existed, as if no vows had ever been exchanged in the very room they stood in. Miguel didn't breathe. He watched every second, each touch, each whisper, the way Claudia laughed and threw her head back, the way she peeled the sheets as if they didn't still carry Miguel's scent. The phone slipped from his hand onto the seat beside him. He sat in his truck, frozen. He didn't weep immediately. First came silence, a hollow, pulsing silence where nothing could settle. Then came the shaking, and then, the tears. He doubled over, his forehead pressed to the steering wheel, sobbing like a child. His body trembled under the weight of betrayal. His mind racing through the years they had shared, anniversaries, hospital visits, birthdays. He kept whispering, as if it might undo what he had seen. Bella saw this. My baby saw this. The thought of his daughter, eyes wide behind closet doors, witnessing what he had now seen in high definition, made the pain unbearable. It wasn't just adultery, it was contamination. His home, his sanctuary, had been invaded, and the one person he thought would always protect Bella had exposed her to something unspeakable. That night, Miguel didn't eat. He sat in the garage with the lights off, staring at the footage again, not because he wanted to, because he needed to burn every detail into memory. Because doubt is a dangerous thing, and he would not allow himself any. A week passed. He kept the secret like a weapon. Every interaction with Claudia became a performance. He kissed her cheek with rehearsed normalcy. He helped Bella with homework, smiled at neighbors, attended a PTA meeting. All the while, his heart was armor, braced for what he now knew was inevitable. He ran a background check on the man. What he discovered made his stomach turn. The man was not a client. He was a former neighbor. Someone Miguel vaguely remembered. Rick. A divorced electrician who had lived 4 houses down until he was quietly asked to leave after allegedly harassing a teenage babysitter in the neighborhood. No charges had been filed, but enough whispers circulated to make his presence unwelcome. And now, Rick had returned, not just to the street, but into Miguel's home, into the bed where Bella had once learned to walk, where they had celebrated Christmas mornings and rainy Sunday naps. Miguel's rage was no longer hot. It was cold, controlled, and it had purpose. One evening, after Bella had gone to sleep, Claudia sat beside Miguel on the couch, sipping wine. "You've been quiet lately," she said, watching him. "Work stress." Miguel smiled faintly. "You could say that. Maybe we need a weekend away," she offered. "Just us. No distractions." He studied her face, the ease with which she lied. The softness in her eyes that he once thought sacred now felt manufactured. He wanted to ask, was he worth our daughter's innocence? But he bit his tongue. Instead, he said, "Let me think about it." Later that night, while Claudia slept, Miguel copied the footage onto a drive. He labeled the folder, "Insurance." Not for vengeance, not yet, but for protection, legal, parental, emotional. He didn't know how to tell Bella. He didn't know if he should. But he knew he had to protect her from further exposure. From Rick, from Claudia's recklessness, from a world where closets no longer kept children safe. By the end of that week, Miguel had already begun looking for attorneys. Quietly, strategically, he would not scream, he would not strike, he would not beg, but he would win. And he would do it not for pride, not for revenge, but for Bella. She had opened the door to truth. Now he would walk through it. Miguel waited until the weekend. He wanted Bella to be with her grandparents. He wanted the house empty, the rooms quiet, no little footsteps echoing down the hallway while the truth-shattered walls meant to protect. Claudia was in the kitchen when he called her. She turned, surprised by the tone in his voice, measured, serious, unlike him. "We need to talk," he said, placing his phone on the table between them. Her eyes darted to the device. Miguel opened the folder marked insurance. He didn't speak. He pressed play. The footage played in silence. Claudia stood frozen, her breath caught in her throat as she watched herself, pixel by pixel, strip away the trust that Miguel had given her for over a decade. Rick's face came into view. Her laughter, the way she pulled him in, the kiss. She reached forward and tried to swipe the phone away. But Miguel blocked her hand. "Look at it," he said coldly. "Watch what you brought into our home." She recoiled, her face pale. Then came the denial. "This doesn't mean anything," she snapped. "It was a mistake. Just once." Miguel cut her off. "Don't lie again." And then, the defense collapsed. Claudia's composure cracked. Her voice rose with panic, laced with guilt. "You don't understand," she cried. "I was lonely. You were always working. Rick, he was there. He listened." Miguel stared at her. The rage inside him no longer wanted to scream. It wanted answers. "So you let him into our bed? Into the room where our daughter sleeps next door?" Claudia's knees buckled and she dropped into the nearest chair. Her hands covered her face. The tears came fast, uncontrollable. "It wasn't supposed to happen," she sobbed. "I didn't plan this. I was confused, weak." He leaned forward slowly. "If Bella hadn't seen you, would you have ever told me?" Silence. The question hung in the air, sharp as broken glass. Claudia didn't answer. Her silence was more honest than anything she could have said. Upstairs, the bedroom door creaked. Bella stood at the top of the staircase, a stuffed animal in one hand. She'd heard them. Children always hear more than adults think. "Mommy," she said, voice small, "did you lie to Daddy?" Claudia turned, tears streaming, but said nothing. Bella's brow furrowed in confusion. "You told me lying was bad." Miguel stood and walked to the base of the stairs. "Go back to bed, sweetheart." But Bella didn't move. She looked from her mother to her father, and then whispered with the innocence of someone who only knew right and wrong. "Mommy, you tricked Daddy, didn't you?" The house was silent. Claudia collapsed into her hands again, her body racked with sobs. Later that night, after tucking Bella back in, Miguel sat alone in the dining room. The clock ticked. Claudia sat across from him, red-eyed, desperate. "I'll do anything," she whispered. "Please, don't take Bella from me." Miguel's voice was low. "I'm filing tomorrow." Her breath caught. "I have evidence. Video." Bella's words. "Her therapist will testify. I'm not doing this out of revenge. I'm doing this to protect her." Claudia looked like she'd been struck. "She's my daughter too." Miguel stood. "You let a man with a history, one you barely knew, into her space. Into her safety. That's not just betrayal, that's danger." The next week moved like a storm. Miguel filed for divorce, filed for sole custody, presented everything: videos, timestamps, Bella's testimony in a safe, child-sensitive interview. Claudia fought back, hired a lawyer, painted herself as a struggling mother, manipulated by an older man. But Bella's words, recorded during a session with a court-appointed child psychologist, echoed louder than any adult's defense. "I don't want to live with Mommy," she said. "She brought a stranger to our house and lied to Daddy." The judge looked at Claudia, then back at the file. Miguel was awarded full custody. Claudia was granted supervised visitation, pending further evaluation. After the ruling, Claudia approached Miguel in the courthouse hallway. "You turned her against me," she hissed. "No," he said calmly. "You did that all by yourself." The drive home was quiet. Bella sat in the backseat, humming softly to herself, her stuffed dinosaur in her lap. Miguel glanced at her in the rearview mirror. He thought of all the things she shouldn't have seen, all the innocence she should have been allowed to keep. He whispered to himself, a quiet promise: never again. The days after the ruling unfolded like slow echoes of a storm that had passed but left everything altered. Miguel was now a single father with full custody. The house felt quieter, somehow heavier. Claudia's belongings had been removed. Her shoes no longer lined the bottom of the closet. Her scent no longer lingered in the hallway. What remained was an absence, sharp, obvious, and strangely cleansing. Bella adjusted quickly, or so it seemed. Children have a way of adapting, especially when given safety and structure. Miguel kept their routines intact: breakfast pancakes on Sundays, walks to the park, bedtime stories every night. But underneath her smiles, there was a watchfulness to her eyes that hadn't been there before. She started seeing a child therapist once a week. After each session, Miguel would ask if she wanted to talk, and most days she would shake her head and say, "Maybe later, Daddy." He never pushed. Claudia was granted supervised visitation once a month. The sessions were awkward, stilted. Bella would sit beside the court-appointed supervisor. Her responses short, polite, never cruel, just distant. Miguel watched from afar, sometimes from the car, sometimes just through the glass of the waiting area. Claudia would try to smile, would bring gifts, speak softly, but Bella would fidget, glance at the clock. Sometimes she would say she wanted to leave early. One day, after a visit, Bella climbed into the backseat and buckled her seatbelt in silence. Miguel started the engine, glancing at her in the mirror. "She cried today," Bella said quietly. Miguel hesitated. "Did that upset you?" "No," Bella said, "but I didn't like it. It felt fake." He didn't know how to respond, so he simply nodded. Meanwhile, Claudia's world began to unravel. The real estate agency she worked for let her go. Not officially because of the affair, but word spreads. In a tight-knit community, no one wanted their house shown by the woman whose daughter had caught her cheating. She moved to a smaller apartment 2 towns over. Rumors followed her. Friends distanced themselves. The glamorous, polished woman Miguel once knew now looked smaller, dimmed, not broken, but bruised in a way pride couldn't fix. She called sometimes, left voicemails Miguel didn't return. "I miss her. Tell her that, please." Miguel never passed those messages on. He didn't know if that made him cruel. He only knew Bella needed peace more than she needed guilt-laced love. At night, Miguel would lie awake and replay everything, the early signs, the missed chances, the nights Claudia said she was working late. He would stare at the ceiling and whisper the same sentence. If Bella hadn't seen it, I might still be living in that lie. And it terrified him. He felt gratitude toward his daughter so deep, so profound. It frightened him. She had been the mirror he didn't ask for, but desperately needed. She had exposed the truth not with anger or accusation, but with innocent eyes and trembling words. Some nights, he cried quietly, not for Claudia, not anymore, but for the life he thought they had. One afternoon, a few months after the final court hearing, Miguel and Bella sat by the small canal that ran behind their neighborhood. The sun was setting, painting the water in gold and peach. Bella held a piece of folded paper in her hands, a little boat they had made together. "Is this where wishes go?" she asked. Miguel smiled. "If you want him to." She placed the boat gently on the surface, watched it float. "I wished for you to be happy," she said. He looked at her, surprised. "You make me happy, Bella." "I know," she said, almost shyly, then added, "I don't need mommy, I have you." Miguel didn't answer. He couldn't. His throat tightened. He nodded, blinked away the tears, and smiled. As the paper boat drifted further into the golden ripples, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "Let's go home," he said. She took his hand. The walk back was slow, quiet, and for the first time in months, Miguel didn't feel broken. He felt whole, not in the way he had imagined years ago, in a house with 2 parents and a perfect kitchen and perfect smiles, but in a new way, in a true way. And sometimes, the truth, no matter how painful, was the only way forward. Before you go, ask yourself this: what if the next betrayal doesn't come from a lover, but from someone your child trusted too? Miguel and Bella's story reminds us how deep the wounds of infidelity can run, but what happens when 2 families are shattered? And the children are the ones who suffer most. In our next story, Rachel from Tallahassee thought she found a kindred spirit at a birthday party. He was charming, familiar, and the father of her son's best friend. When the truth came out, it didn't just destroy her marriage. It destroyed her son's entire childhood. Right finger, don't miss the next episode in the series. Subscribe now to Infidelity Chronicles and turn on notifications, because the next story might be closer to your home than you think. What would you do if the person who betrayed your family wasn't a stranger or a colleague, but someone you'd invited into your home for your child's birthday party? Someone who once stood beside you, holding a slice of cake, smiling for group photos, clinking glasses while the kids laughed in the background. Before we dive into this story, subscribe now, because what happened in Tallahassee could happen in any neighborhood. To any parent, at any moment. Rachel Owens was 38 years old, a mother, a civil servant, and a woman who had quietly rebuilt her life after a draining divorce. She and her son Jamie, age 11, lived in a modest single-story house with a screened-in porch and a backyard just big enough for a trampoline and a folding table for birthday parties. Life wasn't glamorous, but it was stable, predictable, safe. Jamie had adapted well to life after the divorce. He was bright, imaginative, and had formed a bond so strong with another boy at school, Aiden, that Rachel had come to see Aiden as an extension of her own son. The boys were inseparable. Weekends were for sleepovers. Weekday afternoons meant trading Pokémon cards. And they shared a habit of building cardboard cities on the living room floor. Aiden's father, Thomas, was a widower. His wife had died in a car accident 3 years prior. And since then, he had become a regular figure in the school community. Quiet, attentive, always present at PTA meetings and soccer games. Rachel first noticed him during a spring fundraiser, where he was helping arrange folding chairs. He had kind eyes and a worn wedding band he still wore. Though loosely, their interactions began in the most harmless of ways: shared carpool duties, joint birthday planning, occasional chats during pickup. Thomas was always polite, his voice low and patient. When he smiled, there was a sadness behind it that Rachel recognized, an echo of her own. Then came the texts. At first, it was coordination. Jamie left a book in my car. Then it became friendlier. Your casserole was a hit. Aidan asked for seconds. Eventually, it turned personal. Ever feel like the nights are louder after the kids fall asleep? Rachel hadn't dated anyone seriously since her divorce. There had been a few coffee dates, one awkward dinner that ended with a handshake, and lots of late-night overthinking. But Thomas was different. He understood the quiet grief of parenting alone, the exhaustion that never made the headlines of single life. Their conversations grew longer. They started sharing music, old photographs, parenting stories. One night, during a birthday party at Rachel's house, the kids were outside playing tag under the string lights while the adults cleaned up in the kitchen. Rachel handed Thomas a dish towel, and their fingers touched for a moment too long. Neither pulled away quickly enough. She caught his gaze, and for the first time, it didn't feel neighborly, it felt dangerous. Still, nothing happened that night, nothing explicit, just a lingering sense that something was starting. In the weeks that followed, they found excuses to see each other more. Thomas offered to help her fix a sagging porch step. Rachel offered to pick up Aidan from soccer when Thomas worked late. They laughed easier. The silences between them were no longer awkward, they were weighted. And then Jamie asked, innocently, "Why does Mr. Thomas text you more than he texts Aidan?" Rachel's breath caught. She smiled too quickly, said something about parent stuff, and changed the subject. But the question lingered. Jamie had noticed, and if he had noticed, who else would? Rachel tried to justify it to herself. She wasn't doing anything wrong. They were just talking, just leaning on each other in a hard season. But she knew how easy it was to tip from comfort into craving, from texting into touching. She told herself that if anything happened, they would handle it privately, with discretion, with care. What she didn't consider was that children, especially ones as intuitive as Jamie, feel the tremors long before the quake. Rachel's days took on a dreamlike quality. She floated through her job, counting down the hours until she could check her phone. Her nights were split between mothering and messaging. The line between friend and lover blurred faster than she expected. She didn't want to call it an affair. Affairs were ugly, deceitful things. This wasn't that. This was connection. This was healing. But the truth was already shifting under her feet. And even the softest footsteps can leave cracks in the floor. She began to notice how Jamie looked at her when she dressed up more than usual to go grocery shopping. How Aidan stopped asking to come over on Fridays. How the other parents at school began to pause before greeting her. Their smiles a little too tight. Their conversations a little too clipped. Something unspoken was building, a quiet pressure, like a storm forming behind a sunny sky. And Rachel, caught between denial and desire, could feel it. She just didn't know how close it was to breaking. The beginning had felt like light. But already, shadows were creeping in, and somewhere, between the jokes, the hand grazes, the stolen glances, a truth was waiting, one that would not be ignored much longer. And when it came, it wouldn't just break her. It would break the children. And that was a kind of ruin no grown-up could ever undo. It happened on a Sunday afternoon. The kind of quiet day when nothing much is expected to go wrong. Rachel had just returned from grocery shopping, the real kind this time, and was tossing bags onto the kitchen counter while Jamie sat in the living room scrolling through old photos on her phone. He was looking for a picture of himself and Aidan at last summer's water park trip. Rachel had encouraged it, anything that might keep her son smiling a little longer. Minutes passed before she heard a soft, almost imperceptible sound, the long pause of breath being held. She turned around. Jamie was still, eyes locked on the screen, his lips parted but unmoving. When she stepped closer, He quickly pressed the home button and placed the phone face down on the coffee table. "What's up, sweetie?" she asked, drying her hands on a dish towel. "Nothing," he replied too quickly, just couldn't find the picture. But Rachel could see it in his face, something had shifted. There was distance in his eyes. Not anger, not even confusion, just a kind of wary silence that hadn't been there an hour ago. That night, Jamie didn't ask to play his usual video game after dinner. He said he was tired. He brushed his teeth without being asked and slipped into bed with a quietness that unnerved her. When she came in to say good night, he turned his back to her before she could kiss his forehead. "Everything okay?" she asked softly. "Yeah," he said, "just sleepy." Rachel stood in the doorway for a long time after turning off the light. Her heart felt unsettled, but she had no idea why. It wasn't until the next morning, when she picked up her phone and noticed the conversation thread with Thomas had been left open, that it clicked. A series of messages were still visible, the most recent ones just coy enough to raise questions in a child's mind. "Wish you were here instead. Can't stop thinking about last night. Still smells like you." Nothing graphic, nothing obscene, but for an 11-year-old boy with a best friend whose dad was the man behind those words, it must have felt like discovering a lie you didn't even know was being told. Rachel felt sick. Her first instinct was to call Jamie, to explain, to soften the impact. But what would she say? That she and Thomas were just, what? Friends? That nothing had really happened? Jamie wasn't a toddler. He understood enough. And worse, he felt it. The next few days grew harder. Jamie stopped asking to go over to Aiden's house. When Rachel offered to invite Aiden over, he shrugged and said, "He's probably busy." She texted Thomas in panic. "Rachel, Jamie saw something on my phone. I think he knows." Thomas, "Knows what? We haven't done anything wrong." Rachel, "You and I know that. But he doesn't see it that way." Thomas, "Then we explain. We're two adults who care about each other." Simple, but it wasn't simple. Rachel knew that when kids feel betrayed, it isn't filtered through logic or context. It's emotional, raw. Jamie hadn't just stumbled upon a private exchange. He'd seen a fracture forming in the foundation of the one place that was supposed to be safe. He was quieter at dinner, spoke less, kept his eyes on his plate. When Rachel asked about school, he gave monosyllabic answers. When she mentioned Aiden, he changed the subject. Thomas, meanwhile, seemed oblivious to the growing weight of it. He still sent morning texts. Still asked if she wanted to go for a walk after the kids were asleep. Still used phrases like, "Maybe this is our chance." Rachel couldn't bring herself to tell him the truth, that her chance had already passed the moment Jamie looked at her like a stranger. One night, after putting Jamie to bed, Rachel sat outside on the porch steps, staring at the lawn. The porch light flickered. She didn't fix it. She let the shadows fall across her bare feet and thought about the way Jamie used to climb into bed with her after nightmares. About how he once said, "You're my favorite person in the world." She felt like a thief, not because she had fallen for Thomas, but because she had let herself believe that falling didn't have consequences. Inside, Jamie lay awake, the glow of his nightlight casting long shapes on the ceiling. He didn't cry, he didn't ask questions, but he did stare at the photo on his nightstand, a picture of him and Aiden, laughing in the sprinkler last summer. It looked like a different life. He turned the photo face down. At school, Aiden noticed. He asked Jamie what was wrong. Jamie said, "Ask your dad." Rachel got a call from the guidance counselor 2 days later. Jamie had refused to partner with Aiden in a group project. When asked why, he simply said, "We're not friends anymore." Rachel's heart sank. She called Thomas. This time, her voice shook. "He doesn't want to see Aiden anymore. He won't talk to me. He won't look me in the eye." Thomas paused. "Kids fight. They'll get over it." "No," Rachel said. "He feels betrayed. And I think he's right." For a moment, there was silence on the line. Then Thomas said, "So what? We just stop, pretend we don't feel anything?" Rachel swallowed hard. "Maybe we pretend for a while. For them." Thomas didn't argue. But he didn't agree either. Rachel knew that the space between her and her son would not be bridged by silence, or by rationalizing, or by pretending nothing had changed. It would take time, honesty, maybe even pain, and for the first time since it all began, she questioned not her feelings, but her timing. Because sometimes love isn't wrong, but when it costs a child his trust, it doesn't feel right either. And in the quiet space between those two truths, something had broken. Rachel didn't know how to fix it, but she knew she had to try. It started with a glance. An ordinary Thursday afternoon, school dismissal chaos in full swing. Rachel had pulled her car to the curb, the same as every other day, when Thomas slid into the passenger seat. A quick chat, a shared joke, a few moments to decompress before picking up the boys. But from across the lot, someone was watching. Not just someone, it was Amanda, Thomas's late wife's sister. She had custody of some of her sister's personal effects and was still close to Thomas and Aidan. Amanda had always played the role of the quiet observer, respectful, never interfering, but when her eyes landed on Rachel and Thomas sitting too close in a car that wasn't meant for two, her silence became suspicion. Rachel didn't see her, but Amanda saw everything. The next sign came less subtly. 2 days later, in the Facebook group for Room 5B parents, someone uploaded a blurry image taken at a supermarket parking lot. Rachel and Thomas, walking side by side with reusable grocery bags. No caption at first, just the image. Then a comment below, "Tight-knit school community" or "tighter than we thought." Another parent chimed in, "Friendly co-parents" or "friendly co-parents." Rachel saw the post late that night. Her stomach turned. She felt a wave of nausea, not because of what was implied, but because of what it meant for Jamie. Within a day, whispers turned into hallway pauses. Invitations to weekend birthday parties dried up. Aidan came home in tears. "They said Dad stole my best friend's mom." Rachel's world began to constrict. Not from guilt, but from consequence. Jamie confronted her a week later. "You promised you weren't hiding anything," he said, his voice shaking, standing in the kitchen with his fists clenched. "I wasn't hiding, I was protecting," Rachel whispered. "Protecting who?" "Not me." He walked away. His door slammed. It stayed closed for hours. Rachel sat at the table, staring at her untouched dinner. Across town, Thomas was doing the same. Aidan had shouted at him too. Said he didn't want to talk. That everything was ruined. And then came the twist that Rachel hadn't seen coming. Thomas invited her over one evening, after the kids were asleep. She hesitated, but went anyway, hoping to find clarity. As they sat in his living room, surrounded by the stillness of another interrupted life, she glanced down at a small leather wallet that had spilled open on the table. Inside it, tucked where the ID card should be, was a photo. It was his wife, still young, still radiant, forever framed by a smile that spoke of a life unfinished. Rachel's breath caught. "She's been gone for 3 years," she said softly. "I know. You still carry her with you." Thomas nodded. "She's part of who I am." Rachel swallowed. "Do you tell Aidan about us?" Thomas hesitated. Then, too quickly, "No, I don't want to confuse him." Rachel felt something sharp twist in her chest. Confuse him or upset him? He didn't answer. It was then she realized, she wasn't a new beginning. She was a refuge, a place Thomas ran to when he was lonely, overwhelmed, aching, but not a place he had truly invited into his future. Back at home, Jamie sat on the floor of his room, looking through a photo album, page after page of birthdays, school plays, camping trips with Aidan. He lingered on one where their arms were thrown around each other. Silly hats on their heads. They looked invincible. He felt betrayed not just by what his mom had done, but by how fragile everything felt now. Like childhood itself was under attack. At school, Jamie and Aidan got into an argument during recess. Words were exchanged, then fists. Teachers pulled them apart, but the damage was done. Two best friends, divided by adult decisions. Rachel received another call from the school counselor. This time, it wasn't just about tension. It was about aggression. "They need space," The counselor said, "They need clarity, and right now, neither child knows what's happening around them." Rachel broke down in her car outside the school. Her hands trembled on the steering wheel. Her heart felt like it was unraveling. She didn't want to lose Jamie, but she already felt it happening. That night, Thomas called. His voice was flat. "I think we need to pause. For the boys." Rachel nodded, even though he couldn't see it. "I know." Neither of them said what they both knew to be true, that this had never been about just them. That in trying to escape loneliness, they had created more of it, for the ones who trusted them most. Rachel tucked Jamie into bed that night. He let her, but he didn't say goodnight. He turned away, curling into himself. In the darkness, she whispered, "I'm sorry." She didn't expect a response. But after a long silence, Jamie said, "I wish you had told me the truth. I didn't know how. Next time, just don't lie." Rachel nodded, even though he couldn't see it either. Some mistakes don't scream, they echo. And hers had just started to. The parent-teacher conference was scheduled for 6 p.m., but Rachel arrived 10 minutes early. As she always did, the hallways of the elementary school were lined with colorful student artwork and motivational quotes. Usually, she found comfort in the familiarity. Not tonight. Tonight, the air felt heavy, as she stepped into the multi-purpose room where the parents of room 5B had gathered. The conversation stopped. A dozen heads turned subtly. No one said a word. The silence wasn't loud, but it was sharp. Rachel smiled out of habit, then took a seat near the back, clutching her folder tighter than necessary. Her ears buzzed with the absence of chatter. For the first time, the sense of community that had once surrounded her now felt like a wall closing in. Thomas entered 5 minutes later. He looked tired, unshaven. He didn't glance her way. The teacher began the meeting. Curriculum updates, upcoming field trips, fundraising notes. Rachel tried to focus, but the words blended into a soft blur. After the meeting, as the other parents gathered in small cliques near the refreshment table, Rachel made her way toward the exit. Thomas intercepted her just before the double doors. "Can we talk?" he asked quietly. They stepped outside into the dimly lit parking lot. The air was cooler than usual, crisp with fall. For a moment, neither spoke. "I got pulled aside today," Thomas finally said, "by the principal." Rachel blinked. "Why?" she said, delicately. "That our situation is becoming a distraction. That it's impacting the boys. That we need to reconsider how public we are." Rachel exhaled slowly. "We haven't done anything inappropriate. We've been careful." Thomas shook his head. "It doesn't matter. In a place like this, perception is truth." Rachel's voice rose. "So now it's my fault? Because I let myself feel something real after 2 years of being invisible?" "That's not what I said. But it's what you meant. You've been hiding me, Thomas. From Aiden. From your world. From yourself." He looked down, jaw clenched. "I didn't want to make things worse." "For who?" Rachel asked. "For the boys? Or for your guilt?" That hit him hard. "Don't twist this," he said. "You knew from the beginning this was complicated. I knew it would be messy. I didn't know I'd be the only one willing to own it." They stood in silence, just two shadows arguing in a school parking lot under dying streetlights. Back at home, Jamie was upstairs, supposed to be asleep, but the walls were thin, and his room sat just above the kitchen where Rachel had her follow-up call with Thomas. He heard every word, her frustration, her pleading, her cracking voice. When she came upstairs, he was sitting upright in bed. "You're fighting with him again," he said plainly. Rachel froze. "Jamie, it's because of you that I don't have a best friend anymore." Her mouth opened, but nothing came out. He continued, "Aiden doesn't talk to me. Kids at school whisper. Teachers look at me weird. I didn't ask for any of this." "I know," she whispered. "No, you don't, because if you did, you wouldn't have done it." Rachel stepped into the room, but he turned away. "I thought you were the one person who'd never lie to me," he said. "But you lied. To me, to his dad, to everyone." She knelt beside the bed. "I didn't mean to hurt anyone. But you did." His words weren't cruel, they were just true, and that made him unbearable. Rachel cried that night, quietly, in the laundry room, clutching a towel so the sobs wouldn't echo. Her love had become a weapon. Her choices, once rooted in loneliness, had bloomed into betrayal. Later, she texted Thomas, "We can't keep doing this." He replied, "I know." There were no more late-night walks. No secret glances. Just silence. The following week, Rachel dropped Jamie off at school. As he stepped out of the car, he paused. "Will it ever go back to the way it was?" he asked. Rachel gripped the steering wheel. "I don't know, but I'll try." He nodded, then walked away. Rachel sat there long after the bell rang, the empty passenger seat beside her saying everything she couldn't. Some relationships aren't ruined by the absence of love, but by the timing of it. And this one, she knew, had arrived too late, and cost too much. Rachel knew what had to be done. It wasn't just about her anymore, it hadn't been for a long time. After the final fallout with Thomas and the irreversible damage between Jamie and Aidan, she decided to move forward with clarity, not denial. She transferred Jamie to a different school, not because she wanted to run, but because staying meant reliving the stares, the whispers, the unspoken blame. It meant prolonging the ache in her son's chest every time he walked past the classroom they used to share with Aidan. The new school wasn't far, just across town, but it felt like a continent away. A fresh start cloaked in bittersweet necessity. Jamie didn't object, he didn't cheer either, he just nodded. Rachel saw in his eyes a wisdom no child should be forced to carry. Thomas didn't reach out again. Not really. There was one message, a short one, saying he understood. That he was sorry, that he hoped, someday, things would heal. But healing, Rachel had learned, wasn't just about time, it was about repair, and some bonds weren't meant to be repaired. They were meant to be let go of. Tenderly, like releasing a balloon you once clung to during a storm. Then came the news she didn't expect. The school district had quietly launched a review into Thomas's conduct, not for any specific wrongdoing, but for compromising the professional parent boundary. Some parents had complained, others had remained silent, but their silence had weight. The image of the devoted, grieving single father cracked. Thomas stayed out of sight after that. Jamie began therapy. It took weeks for him to say anything more than "I'm fine" in those sessions. But eventually, he started drawing pictures of roller coasters, of two boys on bikes, of a house with just one adult figure and a speech bubble that said, "I'm still here." Rachel sat outside the office during those sessions, wondering if he'd ever trust her again, if she could ever be the safe harbor she had once been. Every time she saw him sitting alone at lunch, or playing video games by himself, she felt the pull of regret. She wondered how many smiles she'd stolen from him for the sake of one warm night. One soft word, one adult craving for connection that had cost her child something irreplaceable. At night, when the house was still, she'd stare at the ceiling and replay it all, the first glance from Thomas. The texts, the moments of guilt she ignored. She'd try to pinpoint the second it all should have stopped. But there wasn't just one. There were dozens, and she'd missed them all. One evening, a few months later, she found Jamie sitting cross-legged on his bedroom floor, flipping through a small box of keepsakes. Photos, mostly, school snapshots, drawings, party invitations. He held a picture of him and Aidan, both boys covered in cake frosting, laughing, arms slung over each other like nothing could ever break them. Rachel sat beside him. For a long time, neither said a word. Finally, she asked, "Do you miss him?" Jamie didn't look up. "Not him. I miss how it felt when I believed you." The sentence split her in two. She didn't defend herself, didn't reach for a speech or an apology or a promise. She simply placed her hand on his shoulder. "I miss that too," she said. He didn't pull away, and maybe that was the first step. Some wounds don't close with words, only with presence and time. Rachel stayed there that night, curled next to her son on the carpeted floor, surrounded by scraps of a past neither of them had meant to destroy. She knew she couldn't erase the damage, But she could sit with it, hold it, let it breathe, and maybe, just maybe, that was what healing really looked like. Quiet, honest, and willing to begin again. If this story made your heart ache, you're not alone. And if you're still with us, thank you. These aren't just tales of betrayal. They're mirrors of trust, love, and the cost of silence. Subscribe to Infidelity Chronicles and turn on the bell, because next time, we'll tell you the story of a little girl who didn't speak a word for 2 years. Until one night, she finally did, and what she said shattered everything. Right finger. Next episode, Joel from Sarasota, the affair broke his adopted daughter's silence. Don't miss it. What would you do if the child you rescued, the one who hadn't spoken a word in 2 years, was the only one brave enough to tell you the truth you never wanted to hear? Subscribe now, because sometimes, the voice that saves you comes from where you least expect. Joel Dawson was 42. A quiet, dependable maritime engineer living near Sarasota. His life revolved around schedules, vessels, and the comforting rhythm of tides. He believed in fixing things, engines, broken hinges, and for the past 6 years, his marriage, his wife, Karen, was 39 and worked in finance. Smart, composed, private, she wore her professionalism like armor. After years of fertility treatments and miscarriages, Joel and Karen made the decision to adopt. They were matched with Emma, a 5-year-old girl who had lost her parents in a house fire. Emma hadn't spoken since the day she'd been pulled from the smoke. She made no sound, only stared with wide, haunted eyes. Therapists called it trauma-induced mutism. Joel called it silence that hurt to witness. But he loved her, from the moment she stepped into their home by the lake, clutching a stuffed elephant with one burned ear. Joel knew she belonged. He read to her every night, sat beside her as she colored in silence. He whispered bedtime stories with no expectation of response, only hope. Karen was less patient. She tried, in her own way, but Joel sensed a distance, a hesitation she never spoke aloud. Their home was picturesque, a lakeside cottage with warm wood interiors and wide windows that let in the golden Florida sun. Their neighbors waved, their friends envied their resolve. From the outside, it looked like a healing place, a sanctuary. But quiet doesn't always mean peace. Karen had started coming home later. First once a week, then twice. Her excuse was always work, quarter-end reports, late client calls, audit reviews. Joel believed her, at first, but then there were the other signs. She started keeping her phone face down at the dinner table. She laughed at texts, then quickly cleared the screen. One night, she forgot to silence her phone. A message lit up the screen just as Joel passed by to grab water. He didn't read the full line, just enough to see a heart emoji and a name he didn't recognize. He didn't ask. He couldn't, because asking meant admitting he no longer believed the woman who slept beside him. Instead, he threw himself deeper into his role as a father. Emma became his center. They had a quiet ritual. Every evening, just before sunset, they'd sit on the back porch, watch the light settle over the lake, and Joel would tell her about the world. Sometimes he talked about ships, sometimes about how stars used to guide sailors home, and always, he ended with the same words. When you're ready to talk, I'll be here, but even if you never say a word, I still hear you. Emma never responded, but she started drawing more. At first, they were simple images, flowers, boats, a sun that always smiled. Then, slowly, the figures came. One picture showed a small girl standing between 2 tall figures. The girl had no mouth. One adult stood close to her, hand on her head. The other, a woman with long black hair, stood far away. Next to a man Joel didn't recognize. He asked gently, "Who's this?" Emma looked at him with those large eyes and pressed her lips shut. Then, she turned the page and started drawing something else. Joel didn't push, but that image stayed with him. Karen had stopped joining them for dinner. She claimed she was fasting, or tired, or on a call. She no longer kissed Joel goodnight. Their bed became a shared mattress with a quiet wall of air between them. Even when she touched Emma, It felt rehearsed, a pat on the shoulder, a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Joel told himself she was stressed. Work was brutal. Being a mother to a silent child wasn't easy. Maybe she just needed time. But in his bones, he felt something had shifted. And Emma, sweet, silent Emma, seemed to feel it too. She began drawing the same figures over and over. A house, a lake, a girl with no mouth, a woman with her back turned. One night, as Joel tucked her in, she took his hand and held it for a long time. No sound, no words. But Joel felt it. A storm was coming, and the silence was no longer a refuge. It was a warning. Joel wasn't supposed to come home early. The project he was overseeing had hit a delay. And for once, he decided not to wait it out on the job site. Sarasota evenings had a softness to them, a kind of golden fatigue that sank into the bones. He thought maybe he'd surprise Karen with takeout. Maybe sit on the porch with Emma. Read her favorite picture book again. But when he pulled into the driveway, something felt off. The porch light was off, though it was already dark. Emma's tricycle was upright on the grass, not tucked away like usual. And then there were the shoes. A pair of men's sneakers, not his, sat just inside the doorway. Joel hesitated, hand on the knob. He told himself it could be anything. A neighbor, a family friend. But the lie barely had time to settle before the door creaked open. The living room was dim, lit only by the glow of a lamp in the far corner. The television was on, playing muted late-night news. But no voices, no footsteps, just that strange stillness. He stepped inside. Karen, no answer. Then he saw her purse on the table. And Emma. She was sitting cross-legged in the far corner of the room. Her stuffed elephant clutched tight to her chest. Eyes locked on the hallway. "Hey, sweetheart. Where's Mom?" Emma didn't move. Joel walked toward her, crouched to her level. She was pale, breath shallow, as if holding something inside. "Is everything okay?" She slowly turned her head and looked at him, and for the briefest second, Joel swore there was something she wanted to say. But as always, she said nothing. Then he heard it. A laugh, low, male, from the hallway. Joel stood, breath caught in his throat. Just as Karen emerged, her hair was slightly mussed, her shirt loose at the shoulder. Behind her, a man stepped out, tall, unfamiliar, smoothing his sleeves. Karen froze when she saw Joel. No screams, no apologies, just silence. Then she whispered, "You're home early." Joel's eyes darted to the man, who had the gall to nod politely. "Joel, right, I've heard a lot about you." Joel didn't speak. He looked at Emma. She hadn't moved, still clutching her elephant, still wide-eyed. The man left quickly after that. Karen said nothing else, just went to the kitchen and began washing a glass that didn't need washing. Joel put Emma to bed without a word. She lay still under the covers, her back to him, but just as he turned to leave, she spoke. 2 years of silence broke in 4 words. "That's not Mommy." Joel turned around, stunned. "Emma, what did you say?" She looked at him, eyes full, voice soft. "That's not Mommy." It wasn't just the words. It was how she said them. Not angry, not afraid, just certain. Joel sat on the edge of the bed, his heart pounding. "Why do you say that?" Emma didn't answer, but she didn't have to. Joel didn't sleep that night. He sat in the living room, staring at nothing, the weight of his daughter's voice echoing through him. He should have felt rage, but what he felt was heartbreak. Emma had spoken, finally, and the words had nothing to do with healing. They were a warning, a fracture. The next morning, Karen tried to explain. "He's just a friend, Joel. I didn't mean for you to find out like that." He didn't look at her. Emma spoke. "Last night." Karen stopped. She said, "That's not Mommy." A long pause. She doesn't know what she's saying. She's traumatized, still confused. Joel turned slowly. "No, she's not confused. She's clearer than both of us." Karen backed away, wounded. "So what now? You believe the mute child who draws pictures over your wife?" Joel's voice dropped. "She's not mute anymore, and I believe the one who never lied to me." For the first time, He saw Karen falter, and for the first time, Joel saw his family not as it was, but as it truly had become. Broken, but not because of Emma. Because of everything they refused to see until she found the courage to say it. Joel began to watch, not with suspicion, not yet, but with the kind of quiet alertness that comes when denial has nowhere left to hide. He waited until Karen left for work one morning, and instead of heading to the shipyard, he stayed home. Her laptop had a passcode. Her phone was always with her, but her desk drawer, where she once kept old tax folders, now held a paper planner. Inside, he found it, circled dates, midday blocks with no labels, just shorthand initials, J. Joel's hands shook as he flipped through the pages. Each Tuesday and Thursday afternoon for the past 2 months, she'd blocked out time for appointments, always between 1 o'clock and 2:30 p.m. That same day, Joel bought a hidden dash camera and installed it inside Karen's car. Behind the rearview mirror, he also placed a discreet audio recorder beneath the couch in the living room. Nestled between the cushions, where Emma never sat, the first few days yielded nothing. Karen came home late but said little. Joel asked less. He played the part, kissed her cheek when she walked in, read to Emma like always. But his mind spun. Then came Friday. Joel sat in his truck outside work, reviewing the footage remotely. At precisely 1:14 p.m., Karen's car pulled into a small parking lot near downtown Sarasota, in front of a boutique hotel Joel didn't even know existed. At 1:17, a man joined her, tall, clean-shaven, confident. He wore a navy button-down and walked like someone familiar with goodbyes. They didn't touch, not at first, but when they stepped inside together, Karen brushed her hand against his lower back. Joel closed the video. His hands were clammy, his throat dry. He hadn't expected the confirmation to feel like this. Back home that night, he listened to the audio recorder. Faintly, beneath the sound of dishes and drawers, he heard laughter, male, not his own. At one point, Karen whispered, "You have to be gone before Emma wakes up." Joel didn't confront her, not yet. He researched the man. It took one quick search through Karen's Facebook friends. Jason Hale, former co-worker at her old accounting firm. Divorced last year. Joel remembered him vaguely, a handshake at an office party. But that wasn't all. Joel accessed their joint savings account online. Buried among regular expenses were quiet monthly transfers from Karen's separate checking account to an unfamiliar name. Hale J. $400. Every month. For how long? Emma had started drawing again. One night, she handed Joel a picture. It showed a woman holding hands with a faceless man. Behind them stood a small child and another man, alone. Distant, barely visible at the edge of the page. Joel asked, "Who's this?" Emma didn't answer, but her eyes told him everything. She was watching, and she understood more than anyone realized. The next morning, Joel drove to the hotel, sat across the street in his truck for 2 hours, watched as Karen's car arrived, watched Jason follow, and still, part of him hoped she wouldn't go inside. But she did. Joel went home, sat in the dark with the curtains drawn. This was no longer about Karen. It was about Emma, about trust, about what kind of home she would grow up in. Joel thought about her words. "That's not mommy." Maybe she didn't just mean the woman in the hallway. Maybe she meant the stranger Karen had become. He closed his eyes, fists clenched. He had the truth now. And the truth demanded something more than silence. It demanded action. Joel waited until the house was silent. The kind of silence that crept in only after Emma had gone to bed. And the dishwasher hummed in the background like a soft, mechanical lullaby. Karen sat on the couch, scrolling her phone, feet tucked beneath her. He stood in the doorway, holding his phone in one hand, a small USB stick in the other. "Karen, we need to talk." She looked up, startled by his tone. "Is everything okay?" Joel walked over slowly, placed the USB stick on the coffee table. "This has everything I've recorded. You and Jason, the hotel, the phone calls, the laughing in our kitchen." She froze, her face drained of color. Her mouth opened, then closed. Finally, she whispered, "You've been spying on me? I've been trying to understand what's real," Joel said, "because I thought this was you, me, Emma, our family." Karen's voice broke. "Joel, please, just listen to one clip." Joel interrupted. He tapped his phone. The room filled with Jason's laughter. The clink of glass. Karen's voice murmuring something soft. Intimate. She crumpled into herself, face in her hands. Her shoulders shook as the first sob escaped. "I didn't mean for it to go this far. I didn't. I felt so alone. Joel, like I disappeared inside this house. Like I became just this shadow." Jason listened. That's all. He listened. Joel sat across from her. His voice was low, measured. "If Emma hadn't spoken, would you have told me? Would you have stopped?" Karen looked up. Her mascara had begun to smear. Her eyes searched his for mercy. Joel repeated, softer this time, but heavier, "Would you have told me?" Karen didn't answer. Silence settled again, and then, from the stairs, came the sound of a footstep. Emma stood there, her stuffed elephant in her arms. Her eyes wide, not in fear, but in recognition. She'd heard all of it. Joel stood, instinctively walking toward her, but Emma turned, climbed back up without a word, and shut her door. She didn't speak for the rest of the day. Karen buried her face in her hands again. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I love her, I do, I know I messed up. But I love her, I want to fix this." Joel leaned back against the wall. He looked drained, not just tired, but hollow. She didn't speak for 2 years. Karen, 2 years of silence, and she chose to break it. Not for a bedtime story. Not for a birthday, but to protect me, from you. Karen cried harder. "I'm still her mother, maybe not by birth, but I've held her through her nightmares. I've been there, too." Joel looked at her long and hard. "You held her body, but she never trusted you with her truth. Not like she trusted me." Karen stood, pacing. "So what now? You want me gone? You want to take her away from me?" Joel didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. "I want her to grow up in a home where love doesn't mean hiding." Karen stared at him, her face twisted, between rage, sorrow, and helplessness. "You think I don't feel broken? Like I haven't hated myself every time I looked at you? But I can't go back. I can't undo it." Joel nodded slowly. "Then maybe the only thing left to do is stop pretending." Later that night, Karen slept in the guest room. Joel sat in the hallway, back against Emma's door, just in case she needed him. She didn't open the door, didn't speak, but she pushed her elephant underneath the gap, letting it touch Joel's side. He didn't move it, he just laid his hand on it, closed his eyes, and whispered, "Thank you." For once, silence didn't feel like a prison. It felt like a promise. The court hearing was swift. The recordings, the financial records, the confession, they all left little room for argument. Karen's attorney tried to frame it as a lapse in judgment, a woman overworked and emotionally vulnerable. But the judge saw through it. Emma's fragile mental state, the trust she had placed in Joel, and the fact that her first words in 2 years were spoken not out of comfort but out of warning, carried a weight that no legal strategy could soften. Joel was granted full custody. Karen was allowed supervised visitation twice a month, at a local counseling center. She didn't contest it, not really. She nodded through the judge's ruling, eyes glassy, hands clasped tight in her lap as if holding onto something only she could see. Afterward, she quit her job, packed up her things, moved to a small apartment across town. Her absence felt strange at first. The house was quieter, emptier, but the silence no longer stung. Joel focused on Emma. They began family therapy, twice a week, sitting in a sunlit room with a therapist named Leela, who spoke with a gentleness Joel admired. Emma didn't speak at first. For 3 weeks, she was a ghost in the sessions, drawing pictures, nodding or shaking her head when asked simple questions. Leela never pushed. Joel didn't either. Every evening, Joel would read from her favorite picture books. He still made the voices, still paused to let her giggle. Even if she didn't, still pointed to the illustrations and whispered, "That one looks like you," and smiled. And then, one quiet Tuesday night, while the rain tapped softly against the windows, Emma reached out. Joel was midway through a sentence when he felt her small hand on his shoulder. "I like when it's quiet," she said. Joel froze. He turned slowly, meeting her eyes. Her voice was clear, soft, certain. He didn't cry, not in front of her. But he held her, arms wrapped gently, and said nothing, because nothing he could say would match the enormity of those 5 words. The next morning, he called Leela, shared the moment. They cried together, briefly, over the phone. Healing, Leela said, doesn't come in grand gestures. It arrives like Emma's voice did, quietly, bravely. Joel carried that truth with him. He no longer checked Karen's social media, didn't wonder who she texted, didn't reread the transcripts or watch the footage. It was done, not forgiven, but closed. Sometimes he wondered if he could have seen it earlier, the way Karen pulled away, the way she drifted. He questioned his own blindness, his complicity, but guilt, he realized, couldn't undo damage. It could only inform the way forward. And forward, for him, meant presence. He was there when Emma opened her lunchbox and wrinkled her nose. There when she pointed to a bird outside and whispered, "That one's loud." He was there when she asked, weeks later, "Why did Mommy leave?" Joel knelt beside her, looked into her wide, searching eyes. "Because sometimes," he said slowly, "people get lost, and when they do, they hurt the ones they love." Emma didn't cry, she just nodded, as if that answer, in its simple truth, was enough. One Sunday morning, they went walking by the lake near their home. The sun danced on the surface, birds skimming low. Emma held Joel's hand the whole way. Toward the end, she stopped, looked up at him. "Are you staying?" Joel crouched to her level, brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. "Forever." And in her eyes, he saw it, the beginning of something new. Not perfect, not untouched, but honest, real. They sat by the shore as the sky dimmed, toes in the grass, the world finally matching the quiet they had both come to cherish. Joel whispered, almost to himself, "We don't need many words. Just truth, and each other." Emma didn't reply, she just leaned against him, her head on his shoulder, the lake breathing gently beside them. And that was enough. "Before we go, take a moment to reflect. Sometimes, the most fragile voices carry the greatest truths." Emma's whisper shattered the silence. But it also saved a soul. If this story touched you, subscribe to Infidelity Chronicles, because in every broken promise, there's a voice still waiting to be heard. And next, imagine renewing your wedding vows in front of family, friends, and your child, only for your son to cry out in the middle of the ceremony, "Mom, you're lying to Dad." Coming up, Danielle from Naples, her son cried at her wedding vow renewal. You won't forget what happens next. Subscribe now. Truth hurts, but silence, it scars. What would you do if the child you loved the most stood up in front of your entire family, on your wedding day, and exposed the one secret you prayed would stay hidden? Subscribe now, because the truth never chooses a convenient time to arrive. Danielle Parker was 42 years old, a middle school English teacher in Naples, Florida. She had a calm voice, the kind that could quiet a rowdy classroom without raising its volume. She was known for her neat bun, her color-coordinated outfits, and her ability to quote Shakespeare as easily as she recited the day's lunch menu. She had been married to Mark for 15 years. Mark, now 45, was the proud owner of a string of seafood restaurants in southern Florida. Unlike Danielle, who thrived on consistency and planning, Mark had a restless energy. He moved through the world with charm and decisiveness, the kind of man who could turn strangers into friends in 5 minutes. Together, they had a son, Ethan, 12 years old, quiet, deeply observant. He was more like Danielle in demeanor but shared Mark's expressive eyes. He loved books, chess, and long walks on the beach with his dad. He was the kind of boy who rarely asked for much but seemed to feel everything more deeply than his peers. To most who knew them, the Parkers were a model family. So when Danielle suggested they renew their vows for their 15th anniversary, no one was surprised. It seemed like something Danielle would want, a ceremony on a moonlit beach, surrounded by family and friends, reaffirming the love that had carried them through a decade and a half of marriage. Mark said yes immediately. They booked a luxury resort in Naples. Invitations went out to family from all over the state. Old college friends RSVP'd with enthusiasm. Danielle planned every detail meticulously: the flowers, the music, the catering, the custom-written vows. She even found a miniature white suit for Ethan, who would walk her down the aisle and stand by her side. Everything looked perfect, but something was off. It began with Ethan's questions. "Why do you leave so early now, Mom?" he asked one morning. Danielle paused before replying, "I have to meet the decorator at the venue. You know how picky I am." But she didn't look him in the eye. Another time, Ethan walked into the kitchen late at night for water. He saw his mother in the dim light, whispering into her phone, her back turned. "No, he doesn't know anything," she said. Her voice was tense. When she turned around and saw Ethan, she dropped her phone into her bag a little too quickly. She smiled too hard. "Couldn't sleep, sweetheart?" Ethan nodded, but in his silence, something was growing. Danielle had noticed it too. Ethan had become more withdrawn, more watchful. He didn't ask about the ceremony anymore. He gave short answers. He stopped reading aloud at bedtime, a ritual he had always loved. Mark didn't seem to notice. He was busy running the restaurants, finalizing catering with Danielle, ordering champagne. Danielle told herself it was stress. Planning a vow renewal was like planning a wedding all over again. Maybe Ethan was just reacting to the change in routine. Kids were sensitive like that. But in quieter moments, she felt it. A sliver of guilt, a pinch of fear. Because the truth was, Danielle had been drifting. It started as a conversation with someone she met through one of Mark's restaurant vendors, a man named Leo. Divorced, witty, charming in a way that felt different than Mark's outgoing exuberance. Leo listened. He asked questions that made her feel seen. They began texting, then meeting. Nothing happened at first, but emotional distance has a way of creating physical temptation. Danielle told herself it was harmless. A distraction, a pause button, something temporary before she returned to the life she built. But the texts didn't stop. And neither did the meetings. She thought she had it under control. Now, with the ceremony just a week away, she focused on appearances, the dress, the vows, the guest list, everything but the way Ethan had started to look at her, with something like suspicion. Like he was trying to fit together a puzzle no one had given him the box for. Danielle lay awake some nights thinking about it. Ethan was just a boy. He didn't know how complicated love could be. How sometimes, being a wife and being yourself could feel like two opposing jobs. How loneliness could sneak in even when you're married to someone good. She promised herself it would all end after the vow renewal. Leo would be gone. The messages would stop. She would come back home. Fully, forever. One last slip before the recommitment. One last secret. But secrets don't sit still. Especially not around children. And Danielle, in all her planning, never accounted for the one variable she couldn't control: her son. It happened on a Wednesday afternoon, 3 days before the vow renewal. Ethan was in the living room, sprawled out on the couch with a book he wasn't really reading. The house was unusually quiet, except for the soft chime of notifications coming from the family iPad, which Danielle had left charging on the kitchen counter. Ethan wasn't the kind of kid who snooped. But when another message buzzed through the device and lit up the screen, something about it tugged at him. He looked over. The message preview read, "Last night. I can still smell your cologne." Ethan blinked. He got up slowly, walked over, and swiped the notification. The full message was worse. "Last night. I can still smell your cologne. I keep thinking about how your hand felt on the back of my neck." It was from someone named Leo. And it was addressed to Mom. Ethan didn't move. He didn't make a sound. He stood there, hands cold, stomach dropping, staring at something that made no complete sense, but felt completely wrong. He locked the screen and stepped back. He didn't ask her about it. He didn't tell his dad. But something shifted in him. The next few days, he withdrew further. He barely spoke. When Danielle asked him to try on his suit for the rehearsal, he refused. When Mark tried to take him out for ice cream, Ethan said he wasn't hungry. He avoided eye contact with Danielle. When she hugged him, he stiffened. When she smiled, he looked away. Danielle noticed. She assumed it was nerves, or hormones, or something invisible but manageable. "Sweetheart," she said one evening, "you've been quiet lately. Is everything okay?" Ethan shrugged. "I'm fine." But he wasn't, not even close. In his 12-year-old heart, a storm was forming. He didn't know how to process betrayal. Not yet, but he knew what it looked like. And he knew he had seen it in his mother's messages. He didn't understand everything, but he understood enough. Enough to know that the woman in the white dress rehearsing vows wasn't being honest. Enough to know that the love she was proclaiming had been given to someone else. Mark was oblivious. He was humming around the house, practicing his speech, sneaking kisses on Danielle's cheek when she passed by. He was a man in love, utterly unaware that the floor beneath him had begun to crack. Danielle, for her part, seemed torn between elation and anxiety. She was radiant during dress fittings, but her smile faded quickly when no one was watching. She caught Ethan staring at her once across the dinner table, not with his usual warmth, but with a kind of cold sadness. "Do you not want to do the ceremony?" she asked. Ethan hesitated, then said, "I think Dad really wants it." Danielle's heart skipped. "He's so excited," Ethan added. "He talks about it all the time." Danielle nodded slowly. "I know." She reached out to touch his hand, but Ethan pulled away. That night, she sat alone in her room, reading through the vows she'd written. The words felt beautiful on paper, full of promises, but they rang hollow now. Because underneath the poetry, there was a lie, and somewhere inside her, Danielle knew. Ethan had seen it. He might not know the whole truth, but he knew enough, and it was already too late to stop what was coming. She had underestimated how deeply a child could feel the fracture of trust. And she had forgotten the one truth that mattered most. Children remember everything, especially the silence between the words. And Ethan was no longer reading her words. He was reading between them. And what he saw there was betrayal. It happened on a Wednesday afternoon, 3 days before the vow renewal. Ethan was in the living room, sprawled out on the couch with a book he wasn't really reading. The house was unusually quiet, except for the soft chime of notifications coming from the family iPad, which Danielle had left charging on the kitchen counter. Ethan wasn't the kind of kid who snooped, but when another message buzzed through the device and lit up the screen, something about it tugged at him. He looked over. The message preview read, "Last night. I can still smell your cologne." Ethan blinked. He got up slowly, walked over, and swiped the notification. The full message was worse. "Last night, I can still smell your cologne. I keep thinking about how your hand felt on the back of my neck." It was from someone named Leo, and it was addressed to Mom. Ethan didn't move. He didn't make a sound. He stood there, hands cold, stomach dropping, staring at something that made no complete sense, but felt completely wrong. He locked the screen and stepped back. He didn't ask her about it. He didn't tell his dad. But something shifted in him. The next few days, he withdrew further. He barely spoke. When Danielle asked him to try on his suit for the rehearsal, he refused. When Mark tried to take him out for ice cream, Ethan said he wasn't hungry. He avoided eye contact with Danielle. When she hugged him, he stiffened. When she smiled, he looked away. Danielle noticed. She assumed it was nerves, or hormones, or something invisible but manageable. "Sweetheart," she said one evening, "you've been quiet lately. Is everything okay?" Ethan shrugged. "I'm fine." But he wasn't, not even close. In his 12-year-old heart, a storm was forming. He didn't know how to process betrayal. Not yet, but he knew what it looked like. And he knew he had seen it in his mother's messages. He didn't understand everything, but he understood enough. Enough to know that the woman in the white dress rehearsing vows wasn't being honest. Enough to know that the love she was proclaiming had been given to someone else. Mark was oblivious. He was humming around the house, practicing his speech, sneaking kisses on Danielle's cheek when she passed by. He was a man in love, utterly unaware that the floor beneath him had begun to crack. Danielle, for her part, seemed torn between elation and anxiety. She was radiant during dress fittings, but her smile faded quickly when no one was watching. She caught Ethan staring at her once across the dinner table, not with his usual warmth, but with a kind of cold sadness. "Do you not want to do the ceremony?" she asked. Ethan hesitated, then said, "I think Dad really wants it." Danielle's heart skipped. "He's so excited," Ethan added. "He talks about it all the time." Danielle nodded slowly. "I know." She reached out to touch his hand, but Ethan pulled away. That night, she sat alone in her room, reading through the vows she'd written. The words felt beautiful on paper, full of promises, but they rang hollow now, because underneath the poetry, there was a lie, and somewhere inside her, Danielle knew. Ethan had seen it. He might not know the whole truth, but he knew enough, and it was already too late to stop what was coming. She had underestimated how deeply a child could feel the fracture of trust. And she had forgotten the one truth that mattered most. Children remember everything, especially the silence between the words. And Ethan was no longer reading her words. He was reading between them. And what he saw there was betrayal. It was supposed to be a celebration of love, of survival, of making it through 15 years of marriage and still choosing each other. The beachfront resort in Naples was bathed in sunset gold, with chairs lined in perfect rows. Strings of fairy lights swaying gently in the evening breeze. 100 guests gathered, dressed in their best, glasses of champagne in hand. Danielle stood under the floral arch, radiant in her ivory gown. Mark held her hands, eyes full of emotion. The officiant had just welcomed everyone. The music had faded, and it was time for the vows. Danielle took a breath. 15 years ago, she began, her voice steady, practiced. "I made a promise to love you through everything. And today, I renew that promise, with even more heart, more depth, and more gratitude." The crowd leaned in. A few guests wiped their eyes. Ethan stood off to the side, hands clenched into fists. He was supposed to hand the rings. He was supposed to smile. Instead, his face was pale, his eyes were locked on his mother. Danielle continued, "You've been my partner, my rock, and the father our son deserves. There's no one else I would want to grow old with." That was when it broke. Ethan's voice sliced through the air like a razor. "You're lying." Gasps erupted, heads turned, the officiant froze. Ethan stepped forward, tears streaming down his face. "She's lying. She's cheating on Dad. She doesn't mean any of it." The silence was instant and complete, the kind that follows a car crash. Danielle's mouth parted, her bouquet slipped from her hand. Mark blinked, once, twice, then turned slowly to his son. "Ethan, what are you talking about?" "She's seeing someone else. I saw the messages. I heard her talking to him. She kissed him on her phone screen." Ethan was sobbing now, words tumbling out, too fast, too raw. She said she missed how he touched her. A camera phone was raised. Then another. Someone was filming. Danielle looked around, stunned, her carefully crafted day unraveling before her eyes. "Ethan," she whispered, "please, honey, not now." "Why not now?" he screamed. "You were going to lie in front of everyone. I couldn't let you." Mark turned back to Danielle, every drop of color gone from his face. "Is it true?" She opened her mouth, but nothing came. Mark stepped back. "Just answer me. Is it true?" Danielle's eyes filled. "Mark, yes or no?" She dropped her gaze. "I'm sorry," she whispered. The room didn't explode. It collapsed. People whispered. Chairs scraped. The officiant stepped away, uncertain. The champagne lost its fizz. Ethan ran, past the aisle, past the chairs, past the shocked faces. Mark didn't chase him. He just stood there, motionless. Danielle tried to go after him. But Mark blocked her with a look. A single, shattered look. "He's 12, Mark said quietly, "and even he knows what love shouldn't look like." She shook her head, tears falling. "I didn't mean to hurt him. I was just lost. I thought I could still fix us." "You were fixing your image, not our family." One of the guests turned off the camera. Another put down their phone. Ashamed, Danielle dropped to her knees in the sand, holding her own face. Mark didn't yell, didn't curse. He just walked away. And Danielle, for the first time in her life, felt truly alone, not because of the whispers or the phones, but because the one person she'd always thought she could fool had been the one to expose her. Her son. And nothing would ever be the same again. Mark filed for divorce the very next morning. There was no fight, no screaming, just a visit to the courthouse, a short conversation with his lawyer, and silence where love used to live. Danielle didn't beg. She knew there was no point. Within days, the news had spread, not just within their family, but across the school where Danielle worked. Parents whispered, colleagues averted their gaze. The school board quietly began an investigation into her conduct. Technically, she hadn't broken any laws, but moral scrutiny doesn't need legality to thrive. Danielle was asked to take a leave of absence, to let things cool down. The principal had said, face tight with discomfort, but everyone knew she was being pushed out. At home, things were worse. Ethan refused to speak to her. He moved in with Mark's parents, citing school proximity and a desire for peace. Mark didn't object. The boy needed stability, needed to heal. Danielle packed Ethan's clothes into boxes, folding each item with a care that felt pointless. She stared at his empty room, at the shelves of books they'd read together, the drawings still tacked to the wall, and she realized she had not just lost a marriage. She had lost her child's trust. Nights were the hardest. She'd sit on the edge of her bed, phone in hand, fingers hovering over Ethan's contact. But what could she say? No apology would be enough. No justification would erase the memory of that moment, his voice cracking in front of 100 people. One afternoon, she tried to visit him at school. He saw her from across the hallway, and turned away. She stood there, heart cracking, as he disappeared behind a crowd of backpacks and hurried feet. Danielle began to unravel. Friends stopped calling. Her sisters, once close, now barely replied to her texts. Her mother only said, "I raised you better." Left to herself, Danielle replayed it all, the late-night calls, the flirtations, the moments of weakness she'd told herself were harmless. She asked herself the same question every night. Was it worth it? And every night, the answer came with gutting clarity. No. What she had mistaken for freedom had been a fracture. What she had chased as intimacy had been illusion. And now, she lived in the ruins of that pursuit. Meanwhile, Ethan started therapy. His counselor said he was doing well, considering. But his drawings spoke more than his words. Pictures of a boy standing alone on a beach. Waves crashing behind him, a woman blurred out beside him. He had nightmares. Of microphones. Of rooms full of people. Of his voice breaking as he shouted the truth. And sometimes, he woke up crying, without knowing why. Mark remained composed. He focused on work and his son. But there were days, late at night, when he stared into space too long. Days when his mother would find him on the porch, holding Ethan's baby photo. Danielle tried, once more, to send a letter. It was 3 pages long, full of words like "sorry" and "I miss you" and "please don't hate me." Ethan didn't write back. 1 year later, it was his 8th grade graduation. Danielle didn't expect an invitation, but she came anyway. She sat in the back row, hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses. She watched Ethan walk across the stage, tall and solemn in his cap and gown. He didn't look at her, but for a second, she thought he had seen her. And then, he turned away. After the ceremony, families clustered for photos, laughter, bouquets, confetti. Danielle stayed in her seat, silent, still. She didn't cry, not until the chairs were empty. As the sun began to set behind the school building, she whispered to herself, "Love can be forgiven, but trust, once broken, never returns whole. She stood, walked quietly to her car, and drove away, a woman with nothing left but time, and the ghosts of the moment she couldn't take back. If this story moved you, if it made you pause and think about how trust can shatter with just one moment, then don't forget to subscribe to Infidelity Chronicles. Because the next story might break you in a different way. In the next episode, what happens when the betrayal isn't hidden behind locked doors, but behind the laughter of your own children? Victor from West Palm Beach thought he knew the routine, his wife taking their kids to tutoring sessions. Until one evening, his child said something no parent should ever hear. Mom didn't go to tutoring. She went to Uncle Sam's house. That single sentence unraveled a web of deceit. A father's heartbreak. A family torn apart. Subscribe now, because the truth doesn't whisper, it speaks through the mouths of children. What would you do if your child, in the middle of an ordinary conversation, accidentally told you something that shattered your entire life? Subscribe, because sometimes betrayal doesn't come from strangers, it hides behind after-school pickups. Victor Morales was 40 years old and lived in a modest townhouse near the coast of West Palm Beach. He worked as a sound engineer, spending most of his weekdays fine-tuning concert equipment, balancing audio boards, and creating sonic harmony, something he wished was as easy to achieve in life as it was in the studio. His ex-wife, Isabel, was 38, an art teacher at a private middle school. She was stunning in a way that seemed unfair, long auburn hair, deep eyes that always seemed to be thinking of something more important than the conversation at hand, and a laugh that once made Victor feel like the only man in the world. They had met in college. She was the girl everyone looked at but no one approached. Victor did, nervously, during a freshman orientation event. She laughed at his awkwardness. And that was the beginning. They got married at 24. Had Noah at 31. Lily came 3 years later. But time did what it always does, it added weight. Disagreements multiplied. Responsibilities grew. Love eroded into routine. Their divorce wasn't dramatic. It wasn't the result of shouting matches or cheating allegations. At least, not then. They simply grew apart. The marriage dissolved like a quiet tide pulling back from shore. Still, Victor never stopped respecting Isabel. He believed she was a good mother. Even after the split, they shared custody. Noah and Lily spent weekdays with Isabel, weekends with Victor. Isabel handled school drop-offs, tutoring, dance classes, and Noah's soccer practice. Victor was the fun parent. The ice cream runs, movie nights, lazy Sundays at the beach. It worked, or at least, it seemed to. The first ripple came small. One Friday evening, Victor picked up the kids for their weekend. Lily bounced into the car, clutching a glittery art project. Noah climbed in silently. As they drove home, Lily chatted non-stop about colors, markers, and some dog she saw on the street. Then she said something odd. "Barbara, Mommy was wearing lipstick today. The red one she said she only uses for weddings. But she said she was just going to tutoring." Victor laughed it off. Maybe she wanted to feel fancy. But she never does that. Noah, from the backseat, muttered, "She does now." Victor looked in the rearview mirror. But Noah had turned to the window. The boy had a habit of clamming up when something bothered him. Victor made a note of it, but didn't press. That night, he asked Noah if everything was okay. The boy said, "I just don't like tutoring." "Why not? It's boring." "What do you do there?" "We just sit sometimes. Watch TV. Sometimes Mom says she needs to talk to someone upstairs." Victor's smile faltered, just a little. He didn't ask more. He didn't want to be that dad, the suspicious, bitter ex-husband. Isabel had done nothing to deserve that. Not yet. He told himself it was probably nothing. Maybe a tutor who ran sessions out of their home. Maybe Isabel had found a friend to help. The second ripple came the next weekend. Victor offered to pick up the kids from Isabel's apartment. She replied quickly, "Sorry, not today. It's messy in here. I'll drop 'em off." He found that strange. Isabel was many things, but messy wasn't one of them. Her house had always been pristine. almost intimidatingly so. When the kids arrived, Noah looked tense again. Lily was fine, but Victor could see something shifting beneath the surface. The third ripple came in the form of a scent. Victor picked up Lily's backpack to help her unpack. A soft, musky cologne clung to the strap. Not his, not Isabel's signature scent either. "Hey Lily, did you borrow someone's bag at school?" "No, that's mine, but I put it on the couch at Bar Sam's." Victor froze. "Who's Bar Sam?" She looked confused. "The man Mommy sees after tutoring." That night, Victor didn't sleep. He lay awake staring at the ceiling, trying to balance logic and panic. Isabel was still Isabel. She would never drag the kids into something inappropriate. Right, but doubt is a seed. And once planted, it grows fast. Over the next few days, Victor started to notice everything. Isabel's texts became shorter. She became less responsive to pick-up adjustments. She seemed distracted when they spoke. There were more last-minute errands and extra sessions. Victor didn't accuse. He didn't yell. He didn't even ask. But something shifted in his chest. It was the feeling of standing on a beach and realizing the tide had gone out too far. Too fast, and you're about to be swallowed by something bigger than you ever imagined. He looked at his kids. At how much they trusted her. At how much they believed in the routines she had built for them. And he felt the slow burn of fear. What if she wasn't protecting them? What if she was using them? Victor didn't want to believe it. But he was starting to see it. In their stories. In their silence. In the lipstick. The cologne. The names that didn't match. And deep inside, something was unraveling. Something that would soon change everything. It started with ice cream. On a sunny Saturday afternoon, Victor took the kids out for a treat. It was the kind of day that felt like a small return to normalcy, laughter, sugar, and a hint of salt in the air from the breeze blowing in off the Atlantic. They sat outside on a bench, watching passers-by and the occasional dog with its tongue hanging out. Lily, with chocolate smeared across her chin, smiled brightly and said, "Barbara, I like Bar Sam." Victor blinked. "You do?" "Yeah, he has a video game console. The one with the cars and the dragons." Victor smiled faintly. "That sounds fun." Lily nodded, licking her spoon. Then, in a voice as light as whipped cream, she added, "He hugged Mommy while I was eating ice cream." Victor's smile froze. "What? At his house?" Mommy said it was a secret visit. He placed his spoon down slowly. "Sweetie, who is Bar Sam?" "Mommy's friend. She says not to talk about him because it makes people confused. But he's nice. He lets me and Noah watch cartoons." Victor nodded, his chest tightening. He didn't ask more, not right away. His heart was thudding like a loose speaker cone, fuzzy and rattling. He looked at Noah, who had stopped eating. "Do you like Bar Sam too, buddy?" Noah hesitated. "No." Victor kept his voice calm. "Why not?" The boy shrugged. "Because he always closes the door. He tells us to stay downstairs and be quiet." "Does Mommy go upstairs with him?" Noah looked away. "Yeah, for a long time." Victor swallowed hard. The taste of his ice cream soured. He felt the world spin a little. He was both sitting on a park bench and standing on a fault line. Later that evening, when he returned the kids to Isabel's apartment, he stayed behind as they ran inside. "Can I talk to you?" he asked. Isabel, in a flowing sundress and light lipstick, leaned against the doorframe. "Sure. Who's Sam?" She raised a brow. "What? Bar Sam. The kids said they've been going to his house." Isabel laughed. Not a real laugh. A practiced one. "Oh, that's just a neighbor. They must be mixing things up. They said you go upstairs with him. That they stayed downstairs alone." Her expression didn't change, but her eyes flickered. "Victor, they're kids. They say weird things all the time. Is he your boyfriend?" "Wow," she said, folding her arms. "Jealous much?" "No, just concerned." She stepped back inside. "Drop it, Victor. The kids are fine. Don't make this into something it's not." The door closed with a soft click, but it echoed like a slammed one. Victor walked back to his car, his thoughts loud and overlapping. It wasn't about jealousy. It wasn't even about Isabel moving on. It was about his children being told to keep secrets. About his son looking away when he asked questions. About his daughter thinking it's normal for a grown man to hug her mother in private while she eats ice cream in another room. That night, Victor couldn't sleep again. He stared at the ceiling fan, watching its blades blur into one continuous circle. He thought about trust, about how fragile it really was. How easily a child's mind could be taught to lie, even without knowing it. He thought about how Isabel used to tell him, back when they were happy, that he overthought everything, but now he wondered if he hadn't been thinking enough. He wanted to believe it was a misunderstanding, a misheard name, a coincidence, but he knew his children. Their words were pure, unfiltered, and something had shifted. Noah was quieter than before. Lily spoke more, but when asked directly, she hesitated. There was a kind of guilt in her eyes that no 6-year-old should carry. Victor began writing things down. Times, dates, statements, a pattern. Every Wednesday and Friday after school, Isabel would take the kids to tutoring. Every Saturday morning, they mentioned being at Bar Sam's. Each time, Isabel avoided letting Victor pick him up. Each time, the scent of cologne lingered on their bags. It wasn't a coincidence. It was a plan, a pattern, a cover. Victor didn't know what he was going to do next. But the door had opened. And now he couldn't pretend it wasn't there. He couldn't unhear his daughter talking about secret hugs. He couldn't unsee the discomfort in Noah's eyes. The betrayal wasn't Isabel's alone. It was that she had made the children accomplices. And that was a truth Victor would never forgive. Victor downloaded a GPS tracker app on Lily's old tablet one morning when the kids were at school. He didn't tell anyone. He didn't even tell himself he was doing it. He just opened the app store, tapped a few icons, and paired it with the car Isabel used to shuttle the kids around. It was easy, too easy. At first, it felt wrong, like he was breaking some unspoken rule of co-parenting. But then he thought of Noah's tense shoulders, Lily's cheerful stories about Bar Sam, and the way Isabel avoided questions with a smile. This wasn't spying, it was protecting, or at least, that's what he told himself. The first 2 days showed nothing unusual. School, tutoring center, the grocery store, but on Friday, he noticed a new destination pinged just after 4:30 p.m. The location repeated itself the next Wednesday. And again the following Friday. It was a residential address in a quiet neighborhood, just west of the city center. Victor copied the address into Google Maps. A name popped up with the property listing, Samuel Devlin. Sam. Victor sat back in his chair. His breath caught halfway up his chest. He remembered Sam. The guy had gone to college with them. Charming, silver-tongued, always just a little too friendly. He had heard rumors Sam's marriage had ended badly, infidelity. Some whispered. Victor hadn't thought about him in over a decade. He took the next Friday afternoon off work. Told his manager it was a dentist appointment. He parked on a side street and waited in his car. Isabel's SUV pulled in around 4:20 p.m. She stepped out. Hair brushed, wearing heels. Noah and Lily tumbled out of the back. She knelt, spoke to them softly, and pointed at the house. Just play here for a little bit. I'll be back soon. The kids nodded. She didn't knock. She walked straight to the front door. It opened. Sam appeared. He wore a white t-shirt and jeans. His hand touched her back as she stepped inside. The door closed. Victor waited. 5 minutes passed, then 10, 20, an hour. The kids stayed in the small garden, arguing about who got the swing. They looked so normal, so unaware. 2 hours later, Isabel came back outside, sunglasses on. Her hair looked mussed. She clapped her hands and called the kids to the car. Victor gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white. He didn't confront her, not yet. He drove home and pulled the dashcam card from the dashboard. That night, he watched the footage. It was distant, slightly grainy, but unmistakable. Isabel walking into Sam's house and not returning for 2 full hours. He went to the kids' room where their tablets were charging. Noah was asleep. Lily had left her device unlocked. Victor flipped through the gallery. Most were drawings. silly filters, and blurry photos of pets. But then he stopped. There it was. A picture Lily must have taken by accident. Isabel and Sam, in a bedroom, the bedsheets messy, her head leaned back, eyes closed. Sam was smiling, holding the phone. Victor stared at the image. Rage and nausea swirling together. It wasn't just the betrayal. It was the shamelessness, the proximity, the children outside watching cartoons while this happened. He didn't sleep that night either. The next morning, Isabel acted normal, sent a text about the kids' next ballet recital and suggested a new weekend pickup time. Victor didn't reply, not yet. At work, his coworkers noticed his silence. He was usually upbeat, chatty, now he was quiet, methodical, he barely touched his lunch. Isabel called him that evening. He let it ring. When she tried again, he finally answered. "Hey," she said, casual, "everything okay?" Victor was calm, too calm. "Yeah, just busy." She hesitated. "You sure? You sound off." "I saw Sam." Silence. "I know where you've been taking the kids." Long pause. "Victor, I don't think this is the time to save it. I don't want explanations. I just want you to know. I saw. And I know." He hung up. Later that week, Isabel tried again to make small talk during the kids' handoff. Victor kept it short. She noticed. Her smile faded. There was a flicker of unease in her eyes. She was losing control of the narrative. Victor spoke to a lawyer. Just to ask questions. Just to understand options. He didn't want revenge, but he wanted clarity, boundaries, protection. That night, Noah climbed into his bed. "Dad?" "Yeah, buddy. Are you mad at Mom?" Victor hesitated. "I'm sad." "Why?" Victor sighed. "Because some things shouldn't happen when kids are around." Noah didn't say anything else. He curled closer. Victor wrapped an arm around him. Staring at the ceiling, the truth was out now. Or at least part of it. Victor was no longer guessing. He had seen enough. He knew the man. He knew the address. He knew the pattern. What he didn't know was how far Isabel would go to protect her illusion. But he was ready to find out. Victor waited until Saturday. He chose a moment when the children were upstairs with a new puzzle set and the house was still. Isabel arrived, punctual as ever, in her fitted beige jacket and sunglasses perched on her head like a crown. She smiled with polished ease. The kind that smoothed over tension without addressing it. "They ready?" she asked, peeking past him into the house. "Come in," Victor said. She hesitated but stepped in. Her eyes scanned the living room. Neat. Familiar. Victor walked to the TV stand and pressed a button on the remote. The flat screen lit up. He selected a video from a USB drive. No words were needed. The footage began. Isabel's car pulling into the driveway of Samuel Devlin. The kids running to the swing set. Isabel walking to the front door. Sam opening it, her hand brushing his arm. The door closing behind them. The video ended. Isabel didn't speak. Victor turned toward her, the silence stretching between them. "I have more." Another from the dashcam, one on Lily's tablet. Still, she said nothing. Her face flushed slightly. The practiced smile wilted. She sank slowly into the armchair. "Why?" he asked. Her voice cracked on the first syllable. She didn't try to lie. She didn't even start with denial. Just a trembling. "I don't know." He waited. Isabel blinked quickly. "I was lonely, Victor, after the divorce. I was just the mom, the driver, the one who packed lunches and checked homework. No one touched me. No one looked at me like a woman. Sam did." Victor listened, unmoving, his jaw tight, eyes fixed. He wasn't surprised. He had rehearsed every excuse in his head. And hers fit among them. "So you dated," he said quietly. "That's not the betrayal. It's that you took them. You used them." Her head dropped into her hands. "I didn't think. You asked him to keep secrets. You made Noah lie to me. You told Lily to pretend. They didn't understand, but they knew it was wrong. That's why they told me. Not because they understood, but because it felt off. Do you know what that does to a child? To be the keeper of an adult's lie?" Isabel sobbed. her fingers trembling. "I didn't mean to, I swear. I just wanted something for myself. And you broke them for it." Noah's footsteps padded softly on the stairs. He stood at the landing, hugging the rail, watching them. He didn't speak, just listened. Victor saw him. He gestured gently. "Come here, buddy." Noah walked over slowly. Victor knelt. "I'm sorry you had to see any of this. None of it is your fault." Noah's eyes filled. "I didn't want to tell. I didn't like it there." Victor hugged him, held him tightly. He didn't look at Isabel. He didn't have to. She was crying, not for the children, not yet, but for herself. The consequences had caught up. The illusion unraveled. Victor stood, placing a hand on Noah's shoulder. "We're going to fix this. You're taking them from me," Isabel whispered. "I'm protecting them. You broke trust. I love them. Then show it. Let them be somewhere safe. No secrets. No doors closing behind them." She didn't answer. The room filled with silence again. But this time it wasn't cold. It wasn't bitter. It was clarity. Lily came downstairs, rubbing her eyes. She walked to Victor and clung to his leg. He picked her up, held her against his chest. She whispered, "I don't want to go with Mommy today. Can I stay here?" Victor looked at Isabel. Her eyes glistened. She nodded. He kissed Lily's forehead. Noah leaned into his side. The truth had exploded, but in the aftermath came something else, a beginning. Not clean, not easy, but real. And for Victor, that was enough. For now. Victor filed the paperwork on a rainy Tuesday morning. He sat in the clerk's office, hands steady, voice calm, as he handed over the petition for full custody. The woman behind the glass didn't ask why. She just stamped it, filed it, and gave him a number. It felt mechanical. It felt empty. But for Victor, it was necessary. The hearing was brief. The evidence spoke for itself. Photos, videos, the testimony from the children's therapist. Isabel didn't fight it. Not really. She stood in the courtroom, her blazer too big on her shrinking frame. Her words few. The judge granted Victor full custody. Isabel would have supervised visits. Pending further review. She didn't speak to him after. Not a word. Just left the building, keys clenched tight in one fist. Her heels echoing on the marble floor. Weeks passed. Isabel left the city. She didn't say goodbye to the kids. Just a voicemail for each, short, rehearsed, emotionless. Victor didn't delete them, but he never played them for the children. Noah and Lily didn't ask where she went. At first, they asked when she was coming back. Then they stopped. Therapy sessions began quietly. Noah was guarded, lips thin, eyes sharp. He answered in monosyllables, drew only in black pencil. The therapist, a kind woman named Denise, never pushed. She waited, and slowly, Noah began to talk. "Sometimes," he said one day, "I feel like I'm watching a movie I don't want to be in. But everyone's making me stay." Lily was different. She bounced between sadness and cheer. Sometimes asking, "Is Mommy mad at me?" Victor always said no, but she didn't seem to believe it. One night, a month after the hearing, Victor was reading in the living room. Lily climbed onto the couch beside him, blanket dragging behind her. "Daddy?" she asked. He looked over his glasses. "Yeah, baby. Is Bar Sam a bad guy?" Victor blinked. He closed the book. "No," he said carefully. "He's not bad, but sometimes adults do selfish things. And those things hurt the people they love." Lily nodded, thoughtful. "I don't like him." Victor didn't argue. Later that week, Noah came home from school with a drawing. It was of their old house. The front door was open. Inside were stick figures, one small, one tall. Outside, another stick figure stood in the rain, holding an umbrella over two smaller ones. "It's us," Noah said. "You didn't leave." Victor almost cried. The seasons shifted. School plays, dentist appointments, Tuesday tacos. Bit by bit, routine returned. Not the same as before, but solid, honest. Victor still got texts from people asking about Isabel. He didn't answer. It wasn't anyone's business. She had made her choice. So had he. A year passed. They went to the beach on a bright spring afternoon. Just the three of them. It was the same place they'd taken their last family photo. Before everything broke, Lily chased seagulls. Noah built a crooked sandcastle. Victor watched the waves. "Dad," Noah said, sitting beside him. "Yeah, bud, don't ever lie to us." Victor looked at him, then at the water. He didn't say anything, just reached out and gripped his son's hand. Tight, steady, unshakable. The sun dipped lower, the waves rolled in. The past was still there, sharp, bitter, unresolved, but it no longer owned them. Victor knew he couldn't change what had happened. He couldn't erase what the kids had seen, but he could show them something else. That truth matters, that staying matters, and that some promises are still worth keeping. Even after everything, especially after everything. Some betrayals are loud, others whisper through the voices of children who saw too much and understood too soon. Victor's story was never just about a broken marriage. It was about the quiet strength it takes to protect innocence, to rebuild, to stay. If this story moved you, even just a little, don't forget to subscribe to Infidelity Chronicles. Because what comes next will take you even deeper. Real people, real affairs, real consequences. In our next series, we'll uncover true cheating cases that shook communities, shattered lives, and exposed secrets no one was meant to hear. You think you've heard it all? Think again. Subscribe now. The next betrayal begins soon.